Topeka, Kansas. The Badlands. Bloody Kansas. The Plains. A place where things only get worse. And we're still there. And they're about to get worse. Welcome to the Deadlands.
Go west, they say, and find your fortune. Trouble is, fortune is a wheel. Sometimes she can lift you to great heights, but just as swiftly she can crush you beneath the weight of all the world she carries. But that doesn't have to stop you. A lot of folks find the peculiar tenacity that drives them to fame and riches beyond their wildest dreams. So, if you've got the gumption, go west. Just keep all three eyes open if you do, lest you end up in the Deadlands.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Torpid Gaming Network. My name is Sunset's Brew, aka Zep.
I am Alandra, aka Lady Bedivere, aka Soporific Gaming.
My name is Pylos, aka King of Pylos, aka Nestor.
And I'm Mark, aka Bonk, aka Lord Bonk.
And this is Deadlands, our weird Wild West tabletop RPG, where we come up with new intros on the fly.
Apparently.
But yeah, when we started late, we want to get into this. So, Alandra, tell us about Deadlands, and then we can get into it.
Deadlands is
oh my god. Sarah Faye, thank you for the 17-month sub.
Deadlands is a tabletop RPG that takes place in the weird Wild West. The year is 1876. The Civil War has been raging for 16 years and is somewhat of a Cold War. The country we know as the United States of America is divided into 6 or 7 little independently run areas, and everything is awful. We are playing the 20th anniversary edition for those of you who are system nerds like me, and we're gonna be getting continually spoopy.
Oh, am I supposed to go again?
Do you have more to say, or do you want me to just draw some fake chips?
Let's go fake chips.
Great. Sorry,
Do we
we
want to
changed
introduce our characters?
I was just saying we changed the intro order, so I
Son
don't
of a
know
bitch.
what order we're in.
Yeah, I know. I'm all discombobulated.
in
Yeah,
like 2
we
weeks.
should. Mark, this
Would
is
you
all
like me
your
to just
fault.
Read
Yeah,
off
it
my
was fine.
post-it note of the order. God damn it.
Yeah, I think this is character intro time, and then it's fate chip time.
Great.
Do it.
So,
Quick.
yeah. Let's do some characters. Nestor, you start.
Oh, okay. My character's name is Julio Hexam Juarez. He is as the game describes him, a man in black who is the hunter of the weird. He has experienced many weird things and constantly keeps track of them and writes them down in the hopes of staying informed, being informed, and informing others while being there to save the day, sort of. He is a smooth talker, a card player, a whiskey drinker, and is definitely not afraid to show you what he's all about.
And I will be playing tonight Claude Fox, aka Second Life. He got the nickname for he is a rail worker. He stood a little bit too close to some dynamite when he was learning his profession, which is also why he is ugly as sin. You can even see on his sweet card art there some great scarification on his face where he still had some shrapnel in there. But he is a big boy that comes from a pretty interesting family. Hope we get into that a little bit. But yeah, Claude Fox, big man, likes to people stick to their word, has a stubborn side to him, really likes committing to his plans, and does not like people slighting him. But he is a rail worker. He is committed to his trade. He always carries around his big pickaxe. He's been known to carry around some dynamite, and when he sets his head to a task, he will finish it. And that is Claude Fox.
My character is Leon the Con Robinson. He was a deserter of the Union Army, originally a code breaker by trade. He intercepted a message from the agency, who we will be learning about today. Right, Alandra? Right. And about the slaughter of innocent lives by the Union Army, and just couldn't bring himself to stay with the cause any longer. He covered up all of his Union Army tattoos with massive black squares to remind himself that all the army is just a bunch of cover-ups with no real authority. And he is on a quest to figure out what the agency is and who works for them.
Yeah, a quest that's absolutely not going to get him into any sort of trouble whatsoever at
Nope.
all at any point.
It's very benign.
So, one mechanic that Deadlands has is the fate chips. These are chips that allow the players to change their fates. They can allow you to heal faster. You can trade them in for skill points, all kinds of fun things that we'll get into if anybody spends them. So we are going to draw. We're going to draw in the order that we just did introductions. Everybody gets 3 except Leon, who gets 4 because he took a feat to get as many buffs as possible because he's trying to win my unwinnable game.
Trying or succeeding? Oh no.
Well, you didn't,
Nestor's gone.
He's been hexed.
Oh, god damn it.
Hexam's been hexed.
Well, then I won't reveal his chips yet.
Why don't we
Roam
draw?
down, keep going.
Why don't we
We'll
draw
draw first.
Claude's and mine,
Yep.
and then maybe Nestor will be back. Hopefully, the power didn't go out at his place or something. Oh, yep, power outage.
God damn
confirmed.
it.
Somebody
thought it
somebody
was gonna
ran
be
the
me.
hairdryer.
Fuck.
The last power outage I had lasted 20 minutes, so maybe it comes back up shortly. That was during an electrical storm.
True. I mean,
So
we do need to start with Claude back on the train anyway, so we can vamp a little bit while we figure out the deal.
Why don't we draw our 2 rounds of fate chips for me and Claude, and then we can start out with Claude on the train.
Yes. So Claude, you get 3 white. I hope that's okay.
sexy. Yeah,
I just
done.
grabbed the hand that I had already drawn. Leon.
Could you talk a little slower so I can update the commands more easily? Here, Apu, why don't I just send you? I'll just send you my blurb.
I was like, I can just write you blurbs and give them to you, and you can add them to the commands if you would like. I'm very good at that. Leon, your draw is 3 whites and a red, which you can't see because the glare of
3,
my...
1, 2, 3, and a red. No, it's fine. The commands are already updated. Oh, excuse me.
Poppy, you're the best.
These are my chips that I will use against the players.
I don't like
Or
that.
maybe not. Technically, if NPCs on your side, they could also use the chips.
Yeah, so Pilo says he will be back shortly.
Great. Then we will just have fun before the party gets back together.
Yeah.
If he runs too late, he has dysentery. Done.
Quick distraction.
I was to say, wasn't that the rule that if you ate the food or drank the water, we would start making dysentery checks? So possible.
Yep, but just chewing tobacco for me.
Yeah, just smokes. All right. Sorry, y'all. I'm all kerfuffled because of our intro change, so I have to make sure that all of my tabs are open.
Yeah, everyone forgot I owned a harmonica, but we wanted to use it because everyone who isn't Alandra is a jerk sometimes. So
I'm the most jerk.
just in a different way.
Okay. Zep, you want to give us some sweet background music?
You're just gonna look so cool. I definitely thought that was a filter, not just glasses you had. So
Yeah,
I was like, that's why he's so still.
The pixelization of our VC definitely made it look like a filter. Cool. Well.
Nope, they're real.
Excellent. All right. Bringing it back in. So, last week, some crazy things went down in Topeka. But,
Nonsense.
one of our hapless protagonists witnessed none of that. Still knows nothing of that. So we're just gonna rewind back a little bit to about 4:15 in the afternoon. And Belle, the deputy conductor of the train with a scar down her face, has just informed Claude that they'll be the train will be stopped for a little while. They are telling everyone it is a mechanical issue that needs repair, but in reality there is something going on further down the tracks that needs investigation. Claude has relayed this to his cohort, and Constance, their mysterious employer, has gently requested that Claude stay behind on the train with her while she sends the other gents into town to pick up her mail and do whatever they need to do. So that's where we are. It's about 4:15, 4:30 in the afternoon, and Claude and Constance are in the private train car, back of the train, getting ready to kill some time. Yes, I have to remember what all she did. Constance gave petty cash. So just Claude, what you've seen is that Constance opened up her trunk, gave petty cash and a sort of bearer's letter to Julio. The letter has a big wax seal on it, and she tells him that that's going to allow him to pick up her mail and do other business in her name. She gave him a bunch of cash. Leon tried to shake her down for more. She gave it all to Julio regardless, and the two of them have...
Wasn't salty about that at all.
Nope, not even
a little bit.
I'm glad our employer's smart.
We're going to become friends soon, Claude. Don't worry.
And so now you are alone on the train with Constance. A couple of other things that I think we filled in at the top of last session that I don't remember if I told you offline or not. You guys have been on this train for 2 days. You have basically only seen Constance sit in a corner reading a book. She is very insistent that you all take your meals in the meal car, to the point where she will aggressively shoo you all out when those meal times come. And as best you can tell, that's got to be when she eats and sleeps, because you have not seen her do either of those things in the 2 days you have been on this train with her. She did change at one point into a long skirt and a high-collared, long-sleeved blouse out of the suit she was originally in. But other than that, you have pretty much seen her sit in a corner reading this book. And that is, in fact, what she immediately starts to go back to doing once Julio and Leon leave the train car. She recloses her trunk, she picks up her book off the edge of the table, and sits back down.
The way her trunk's oriented, any chance I can get a peek in there?
Yeah, it was facing out, so what you saw when she opened it to get stuff is there's a tray in the top, and what you were able to see there was that there was a bunch of, looks like letters and documents and paperwork. But you weren't able to see what was underneath. You do note that she flips the trunk lid shut again, but she does not relock it, as best you can tell. She just kind of kicks it shut as she goes back over to her corner.
Got it. Yeah, I'll wait a little bit, make sure that the other two haven't forgotten anything. Probably take the time to roll out 2 cigarettes, and I'll kind of just go ahead and put one near her, and I'll go ahead and light mine up after about 5 or 10 minutes go by. I know you gave us an opportunity to ask questions, but now that we're alone, I was hoping to maybe revisit a few topics. I trust you completely, but the other two I don't really know too well. And you seem to be a bit more versed in this world, and you brought up some crazy things, and I just hoping to pick your brain a moment.
Certainly. Please, go Go ahead, although I do reserve the right not to answer questions that might be
Absolutely. I mean,
too personal.
yeah, no, I mean, a question, just a venture, and sometimes nothing gained. But you brought up about heading out west and seeing weird things out in California where dead men don't stay that way. Now, is that like every type of dead man?
It depends.
Well,
Is the thing.
let's say someone were set on fire. Would they stay on fire and come back?
I personally have never heard of such a thing, but just because I have not heard of it does not mean it is not possible. While my experiences with the strange are extensive, they are by no means all inclusive.
I mean, I've heard rumors too. You know, riders with flaming skulls, men made of magma, sort of just humans can burst into flames and take down everything with them. It's just wondering if they're rumors, stories, accounts, where the line might be drawn.
Sorry, I have to look at what the skills are in this game so I know which thing to make you.
Scrutinize?
I was gonna say, whatever you think would
That's
be
the one I'm hoping to roll.
Yes, I think whatever is the equivalent of like an insight check, which I think would be scrutinize.
I believe so too.
In this circumstance.
Let me roll and see where the hell I put my pop-up chat for that. I got a 7 on my scrutinize, which in this game I believe is pretty good.
That's actually quite good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see her really, like, she tends to do that thing when she's talking to you guys where whichever one of you she's talking to, she kind of just, like, it's like the boring eye contact where it's just very direct and almost unblinking, and this is one of the few times she really seems to be kind of, like, thinking about her answer very carefully. But you also see that as she's doing that, she does kind of keep glancing kind of like up at you, over to your pickaxe, down to the cigarette. Like she's very clearly trying to assess how much she should tell you.
Yeah, I think at this point I've just kind of like slowly lit the cigarette, but haven't actually like taken eyes off from the bridge of her nose.
Mm-hmm. The things that keep a man from passing beyond this world have different ways of doing it. And it takes a very powerful sort of individual to succeed in striking that deal and keeping themselves around. If you can sort of follow what I mean.
I think I can. Shit, I mean, stuff gets talked about in nearly every book.
Have you had experiences with the things that don't stay dead, Mr. Fox?
I've had experiences I can't forget, but I also don't think I quite understood them when they happened, so got a lot more questions than answers.
There are many things in this world, Mr. Fox, that are beyond ken of mortal comprehension. And then there are many things that we merely wish were, but unfortunately we're starting to understand.
You religious by any chance?
I was in a sort of sense. I mean, you don't end up in a household with two children named Constance, Amity, and Prudence Faith without a little bit of religion
I
coming from somewhere.
I never questioned your parents were not religious.
Yeah. No, Mama was a fairly Catholic. Daddy worshipped at the altar of money.
Equally as dangerous.
Well, turned out all right for me in the end. But
Yeah, we're not quite at the end yet. What, we're maybe a third of the way out west? This is Topeka, right?
unfortunately, yes, it is Topeka. Of all the places I would not have chosen to break down in.
Yeah. Yeah, we're far enough away from Hellstrom and his, crazy inventions. That was actually kind of my next point to ponder was, you or your sister have any sort of history with the railroads? Other than just being well-paying customers?
Not directly. I do have some investments in some of the lines because, as you may have noticed, I have a sickening amount of money and need something to do with it. My sister, as far as I know, has only ever traveled on them.
Well, glad we are then, too. We want to make sure we're keeping pace with her if we're going to find her.
Yes, yes. I'm hoping that perhaps my mail will bring with it some news of, where she might be, so that we have a better direction to head.
You know anything about what Hellstorm's been doing?
I know it is, mechanical and frightening. Unfortunately, I have not... And she catches herself. I've probably heard most of the same things you have.
Yeah, when you talk about powerful persons, he's up there. Him and that crazy out west in California, the one you scared your sister might get mixed up in. What was his name again?
The illustrious Reverend Grimm.
Yeah.
See, while I myself am no longer religious, my sister still adheres to a certain kind of faith, and I could see her easily being taken with such matters, dependent upon the circumstances under which she left home.
Yeah, I feel like anyone that is of a faith wouldn't be lured to the garble that he's been spitting.
One would assume, but again, Prudence, much belying her name, is prone to rash decision-making.
Right. Well, we'll find her. That's what you paid us to do, and we'll get her, we'll bring her back home.
I do appreciate your enthusiasm for the guarantee. Unfortunately, I'm perhaps not as confident as you are that we are going to succeed, but we shall try.
We will. And I think at that point, I'll take like the last half of my cigarette all in like one drag. Do you have a sweet tooth?
Not so much anymore. I tend to be more of a savory girl.
Noted. I'll go ahead and get up and head towards the diner cart and go grab some coffee.
Totally.
And I'll let her get back to what she's doing. I'll take my time and I'll go ahead and bring back a black coffee for her and just kind of set it down next to her. And I'll go ahead and just take my coffee and start sipping it. And I'll like thumb through like the half deck of cards that I still have in my backpack. Just try and like start trying to figure out how to shuffle a deck of cards a little bit better.
Nice. Cool. Yeah, she like when you get back, she's back into her book. She does kind of glance up and kind of like give you a little nod when you come back. But but other than that, it's kind of business as usual. You guys sit and this goes on, as it were, for about, let me check my notes, timing wise. Probably an hour and a half. And then around maybe shortly after 6, Julio rolls through very, very briefly. He seems a little tense. He rolls in. He hands Constance 3 telegrams and a sealed envelope. And he says, "Here is your mail. Now may I go drink?" She offers him more money. He says he doesn't need it, and he leaves again. She starts flipping through the mail. She reads these 3 telegrams, tosses them down on the table, and then she looks at the envelope and kind of furrows her brow a little bit and gets up and goes over to her bunk area with the envelope. So essentially goes to the other end of the car away from you.
I'll go ahead and follow and kind of just give a rap on the door from around the corner, so I'm not actually peeking in. Anything amiss? Something I can tend to?
I'll know shortly. Thank you, Mr. Fox.
Holler if you need anything.
Of course.
And I'm going to go back to where she was seated, and I'm going to just double check that coffee that I left for her. Has it, like...
Untouched.
So it may have even just
Completely
evaporated a little bit, and that, like, little rings around. I was like, great.
Yep. Cigarette is also still on the table. Unless you grabbed it and smoked it yourself. But
no, I'm definitely going to leave it there.
Yep. If you would like to, the telegrams are just like typed on sheets of paper, so if you would like to, you can read them. This is also an opportunity if you want to go snoop in her trunk. She is currently out of sightline.
I am gonna read what is face up, but I'm gonna do so with like arms, like her hands behind the back, where it's very clear if she peeks her head out, I'm not touching anything.
Right.
It's just kind of the open information.
Yep. So these are the 3 telegrams. The first one says, possible sighting, Memphis, BR line, will attempt midline boarding to prevent evasion.
Exciting. Can you give me that one more time, just so I can get that in writing, or even send it to me in Discord?
I will just send it to you. Now that all 3 of you guys have seen all 3 of the telegrams, I can send them to you.
Even better.
Yes. Maybe I can if my mouse will function. The second telegram says, ghost alert at Maze border, DNC. Find our chat. And I apologize. These all have dates on them from like a few days prior.
Recent. I mean, it was
within the last week, different dates, and they seem to have come from different locations. The third one is in French, but you can pick out New Orleans. Recognize that, probably the city. It is capitalized. Mm-hmm. And you can also pick out what appears to be a name, Beauregard, Montgomery.
Okay.
I'm assuming Claude is not fluent in French.
I don't believe so. I don't recall how languages were determined. I don't believe I picked up a second one.
I think it was just based off of like if you guys had a background that would justify you knowing another language, then I'll give it to you. But nobody took like a scholar
No.
thing.
Yeah, I think what little Claude does know, he does like to think of him as a well-cultured person, just because he knows that he can't get away with anything, so he's always been kind of polite.
Right.
And so working on the railroads, like, he's definitely worked with a variety of like Europeans, Asians, just a little bit of everyone. So I mean, he might know little catchphrases here and there,
Right.
of like just to have a polite conversation. Welcome back.
Huzzah!
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
But I
But
think
you're not
I
fully
think,
fluent in anything.
yeah, no, I
Okay.
think if he knows anything, it's kind of just like, thank you, I'm on my way, nice meeting, type of stuff.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, then I will not give you the translation of the French.
I mean, I'm
telegram.
fluent. I'm from New Orleans. I am actually 90% French. Way.
Yes. Anyway, yes. So that is what you see. That I believe is that the most recently dated one. Yes, the French one is the one with the most recent date on it. It's from maybe only like 3 days ago, and the other ones are like 4 and 6 or something like that.
Got it.
Anyway, but yeah, that's what's there.
All right. And I think I'm just gonna go back to kind of my corner and post up at the door. I'll go ahead and give the trunk a bit of a stare, but I'm not gonna really do anything with it.
Totally. Yeah, it's just like it's a big old steamer trunk. It has the initials CT on a little plate, above the lock.
Mm-hmm. Because T would be her last name, which I totally wrote down that last time.
Tenacity.
Tenacity.
There it is.
It's in the title because I'm a jerk.
I love it.
Yeah.
Doesn't make me think anything different. Great. Everything's fine. Everything's great. Everything's grand.
So, she's in her little like bunk cubby for maybe like 20 minutes.
And just to confirm, I haven't seen Leon. I've only seen Julio come through.
I believe that is correct. I believe
I
I
stayed
only Julio
outside.
came in. Okay, Thank you. I was like, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe only Julio brought the mail in. Yes.
Right.
So yeah, you just saw Julio come through, drop off the mail, leave again right away.
Yeah, I think after about 5 or 10 minutes, I'll kind of like peek through my windows and see if I can see either of the two of them outside.
You do not see either of them. You do spot Belle walking the platform and chatting to a couple of like workmen.
I'll take the time to roll out 2 more cigarettes, and at some point I'll kind of pop off the train and hand her one if she's willing to accept it, and I'll just light up mine.
Oh yeah, she will absolutely take that. She'll be like, thank you so much. Is everything okay? I saw your those other two came back by. They looked a little tense, and then they left again.
All's quiet as far as I'm concerned. If anything, I know that Leon, the scrawny, pale one with the weird blocks, he has a problem of coming on too hard for people. If anything, I think maybe he said something that, the other fellow might not have appreciated. I don't know. Touching hands, legs, never know what happens. They're privacy, but I'm glad his eyes off me, so.
Yeah, I mean, it is Kansas. They could have been in any number of bar fights already this afternoon. It's that kind of place.
Leon has a knack for getting himself hit, and the other one, just everyone seems to be curious with him. So
yeah, there was a woman in an army uniform earlier giving him some real odd looks. I wasn't sure if she knew him or just wanted to, but he strikes me as that kind of guy, right?
yeah. Yep, strange things are always happening. You've been on the rails a while, right?
Mhm.
BR, DNC. Does it ring a bell?
Oh, I mean, we often abbreviate the lines. BR would be BlackRock. I say with great confidence, and then I double check to make sure that's actually the name of the rail line. Black River, excuse me. I was
Black
like,
River? Yeah, yep.
Yeah, BR could be Black River. DNCs usually do not contact.
All right, yeah, DNC was the one throwing for me. I was thinking it was like, nah, like it's not gonna be the Denver line, something like that.
Yeah, no, we use it sometimes if we need to, pass along information, but we don't want anything coming back in, spies on the rails.
Hey, I've been around the rails too, not necessarily on the trains, but yeah, there's always whisper in here and chatter there. So
Oh, I mean, you probably dealt with more of it than we have. Like, we get the usual occasional robbers or somebody trying to cause a ruckus, but y'all are dealing with the, stealing blueprints and changing routes.
someone's always looking for a shortcut, and if they can improve their tracks or their train system, they'll do what they gotta. Thankfully, I got to stay out of a lot of it. Running the dynamite cart is usually it's not the easiest, but it tends to be the quietest.
Definitely not the one people want to, get too close to if there's a firefight.
Oh. Yeah.
How's your the woman that you're traveling with? She's kind of an odd one, yeah?
I mean, she's got her quirks. I mean, we all do. I don't know if you've happened to catch it, but I'm the pretty one. She's the talkative one, and the other two are just down to earth gentlemen.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That's me. I was here being the face of the operation, and she just sort of like rubs the scar and rolls her eyes.
2 peas in a pod.
Yep.
No, I appreciate what you do here, and honestly, I think you're doing it quite well, all things considered.
Well, appreciate that.
Any word back from up down the line?
There's definitely some track damage, but they said there's something else going on. Still waiting for one of the boys to come back with a full report. Hopefully before it gets too dark, but we'll see.
I forget. Did you mention how far out it was?
Oh, I did not, because I did not know at the time. But
right.
I do know now that it seems like it's going to be about 45 minutes up the way.
All right. Appreciate it. Could always use the chatter, but gotta go do my due diligence, and I'll go ahead and finish off that one as well.
Yep. Yeah, she actually, when you finish yours, she stubs out what's left of hers and just kind of tucks it behind her ear for later. Well, yeah, pleasure to have a chat. Come by anytime you get bored. I'm just standing here trying to look official.
Hey, back at you. Next time you need another, just come on back.
Appreciate it. And she will just kind of give you a little mini salute and head off further up the train to go check in on things.
Yeah, I'll just poke my head back in, and Constance, I'm just gonna go catch a drink there with Julio. You need anything?
You get no response. But if you kind of look in, you see her door is still closed.
I'm gonna do like another like light knock of pretty much the same volume to get the attention to see if there's any sort of other callback.
Roll me a, let's call it a scrutinize.
I like scrutinize. I actually have that one. My other window. 6.
Thanks. You don't get like an active response, but you're pretty sure you hear movement inside the room, so you think she's in there still. You definitely feel like you would have noticed if she'd like left, because you would have seen her. She's very easy to spot because of the bright red hair.
Got it. Yeah, I'll just do kind of like a quick look, see if like the blinds are 100% shut or anything like that, just to see if I can see moving shadows, and if I happen to get a better glance, so be it, but I won't like stay there and try and peek on it in case the door comes flying open.
Totally.
But I think on the way out, I'll go ahead and do like the little weird like latch bolt that I have for the door on the way out, and make my way up to see if Julio's still around, grabbing a drink in the next cart over.
You're moving just up the train.
Yeah, just up the train. I'll pop in for a drink, just get a bit of a recap, and be like, "Hey, no news from the front. It's about 45 minutes away, as far as I can tell." And
so, yeah, you pop in. Julio and Leon are nowhere to be seen. They are not still here.
I'll go ahead and hop off the train at that point and like make my way back down on one of the side of the carts and just kind of do a quick lay of the land of, do I see any stupidly well-dressed people in bowler hats? Do I get a scan of people that are a little bit too talkative? Someone carrying around something that seems a little suspicious?
Yep. I'm double checking the timeline so that I know where the other two are right now, so that I know what you're gonna see. If I can find it.
It's fair to assume that we're somewhere doing good in the world.
Absolutely, because I know where you guys are. Okay. I was like, you're talking to someone, but I have to remember who you're talking to and which bar you're doing it in. Great. Yeah, you can't just see people generally milling about. There's a handful of people in Union Army jackets milling around. So you can tell that this city is under Union control at the moment. There's a little blonde gal who is heading across the street much further down the road. And mostly you're just seeing a lot of folks heading to what you assume are like the bars and the hotels. There's quite a few members of like passengers from the train that are also looking around. Seem to be looking for like accommodations because we're getting into the evening and this train does not seem to be moving.
All right. I think that at this point, Claude's just got that weird feeling. So he's gonna grab probably one of his nicer cigars that he's been saving. He's gonna grab his rifle and he's gonna climb up the ladder and sit kind of like on the top little hatch for like the airflow on top of the back bunker. Or on top of the back train car, and I think he's just gonna sit there, enjoy it, rifle right across his lap, and just kind of people watch from atop the train.
Cool. Again, just double checking my timeline to make sure I do this right, so you guys meet up in the right place at the right time. Yeah, you see stuff happening for a while. You do see that there is a bunch of kind of things that all happen at once, right around a little bit after 7 p.m. You see a bunch of folks and over at the stables, like lots of horses suddenly get saddled up and ridden out. Couple of the folks look like they might be your folks, but they're in a pot of 3. But there's definitely like a guy in a black suit and a guy with some sort of tattooing on his arms that could be Julio and Leon. Hard to tell the distance. There's a third man with them. They follow some army riders about like 15 minutes after some of the army folks ride out. You also see right around this same time, if you're sitting on top of your car.
Yeah, sitting up on top of our car. I probably have in my mind the cart's going to have either some sort of like roof access if like the train car were to tip over / oxygen ventilation, yada yada yada. I'm pretty much just sitting on top of that like a stool.
Yep. Yeah. So you do see then like as you're kind of watching all of these riders pour out in their various waves, you also see there's some commotion happening alongside the train where it looks like some riders have come back. You see Belle talking to a guy who's like holding his arm. Looks like it might be hurt. You probably saw them even earlier than these horses rolling out, at least briefly.
Mm-hmm.
And you see, or rather, you probably feel first, one of the doors on your car open, and you see Constance hop off the back. She's got a small bag with her. Um, and she's got like her like a coat and a hat on.
Do I get the sense that she is just trying to get away from here, or is she like out here looking for me?
She doesn't seem to be actively looking for you, but it definitely looks like she is prepared to like depart the train for a purpose.
Oh, Miss Tenacity?
She like spins back and looks, Mr.
Up here.
Fox!
Yeah.
There you are. I was wondering where you'd gotten to. I assumed perhaps you had gone to dinner.
No, not too hungry. This thing's mighty tasty. I do say so myself. Any assistance you need?
No, it seems that we are not going to be departing anytime soon, and that being the case, I see no reason to subject myself to sleeping in that narrow berth again, so I thought I would step into town and get myself a room for the night.
Would you like me to secure your bags here, or do you want me to bring them along with you?
I think they should be all right here. I can't imagine they'd be walking off on their own. All my most valuable items are with me, and she pats the bag.
That's the way I like it. I'll go ahead and tap my cigar box. It's half full of dynamite.
Yeah. I will be securing lodgings at one of the hotels. Can't imagine there's that many. I believe there's only the 3. So if you need to find me, just come inquire.
Sounds good. Would you like me to assist the rail line to see if I can get this barge moving a bit quicker?
To be perfectly frank, at this point, I think they are fully lying to us about the reasons why we are stopped here, so I don't know if there's much assistance you can provide. But if you care to, your time is your own until we depart.
You know something I don't?
I know many things that you don't, but I don't know if any of them are relevant to this situation.
Noted.
And she heads into town. You've got about another hour and a half to kill before the next major thing occurs that will actually get the party back together.
Sounds good. I think the only thing I want to do is I do want to check in with Belle, see how her men are doing, who came back and reported in, considering it seems like at least one of them's wounded.
Totally. Yeah, you find her, she's talking to this guy. He definitely, like, he's wearing a dark coat, so it's hard to tell, but it's definitely, like, blood wet. And they're, like, they're trying really hard to just kind of, like, keep everything really neutral, but they're clearly having a very intense discussion. And as you roll up, she kind of looks and kind of gives him the, like, he's okay hand or whatever, and kind of waves you over.
Got it. As I come over, I'll go ahead and take the bandages I tried to offer Leon, and he refused. And I'll go ahead and toss them his way. Clean, 100% cotton.
Thank you kindly.
Doubles as a fuse in a pinch.
You're a railman. That must be why Belle. Yeah, thanks. And he kind of shrugs his arm out of his jacket. You see he's got like a big old nasty, looks like a bite mark on it. Starts wrapping it up, kind of hiding it under the jacket while he wraps.
Let me guess, wolves?
You got a strong stomach?
Stronger than most.
I got bit by a tumbleweed.
It's not the craziest thing I've heard.
Well, it's the craziest thing's ever happened to me, and honestly, I think I might still be in shock. And you see Belle's just kind of like, yeah, I feel like you should be panicking a lot more than you currently are, so maybe you should go inside and sit down. He's like, nope, I'm fine. I'm gonna just stay right here, like I said I would, and do my job.
You ever have dynamite go off in your hand?
No.
You never feel quite as alive as when you're barely missed death? it's like you can't hear anything, but you can hear the things yet to come. Brings about a lot of change very rapidly. Pretty soon, changes again, leaves you. You're probably about 3-4 minutes tops from pretty much total collapse. If you get some fluids in you and you can stomach down even just a sausage or a can of bean, you'll be doing a lot better tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
I'll hang out
Okay.
here until the next shift comes. Miss Bell here will be just fine. You take care of yourself so you can take care of someone else tomorrow.
He does a lot of nodding, too much nodding, and then sort of Belle kind of like steers him back toward like the dining car and just kind of gives him a little bit of a nudge. She's like, "Thank you. I've been trying to get him inside for 45 minutes, but he just wouldn't leave.
Where's the rest of the posse?
They're all up the line. We just called for the army to come help. It sounds like we got multiple problems. There's some cattle rustling happening. They spotted that going down, managed to kind of lay low so that it didn't come our way. There's the track damage, and then according to Joey there, the foliage is attacking. I'm not sure what that means exactly. Getting bit by a tumbleweed, but that arm of his looked nastier than just, scrapes.
Yeah, shock does a lot. I mean, you get attacked by an animal. Maybe you thought you see one thing. Hell, it could have been a wolf. Could have actually just been caught up in a mess of barbed vine. Any sort of thing could really explain it away. I think more importantly is maybe we don't cross paths with it again.
Yeah, I'm actually suddenly kind of fine just staying here with the train and waiting for the boys to tell me what's up.
Hey, at least if you do end up going down, you'll have a bit more knowledge and be a little bit more cautious around tumbleweeds.
Apparently, God, I hate getting stuck in Kansas. This is like the third time in my rail career that this has happened, and it is my least favorite place to get stuck. I'm supposed to have my my off shift in about 45 minutes. You wanna go catch like a real dinner?
That sounds nice. I'd like that. You can pick my brain for once. Yeah, I'm just gonna go secure some things, and I'll see you here back in 40.
Great. Sounds like a plan.
And yeah, I'm gonna head back into the cart, and I'm going to batten down the hatches. I'm gonna go ahead and pull out like the rope that I have, cut it into like ties. I'm gonna just like knot up anything that we have, to where if someone tries to get in here, they're gonna see that everything is incredibly secured.
Nice.
And once I get over to Constance's stuff, I'm gonna double check if her thing is actually unlocked. I'll go ahead and pop that open and see what's inside.
It is in fact unlocked.
Great. I'm gonna open it up and make sure that there is nothing incredibly invaluable in here.
So when you open it up, there's this kind of tray that sits down into the top. It's a very shallow tray. This is where you got a glimpse of all these documents. It looks like about half of them are gone.
Great.
Compared to what you see, so presumably she took those with. Everything else that you see in there, it just looks like general correspondence. It's like letters and things. Some of them are in English, some of them are in French. Multiple different handwritings, so it looks like these are letters like received from other people.
It'd be weird if she was keeping on letters that she had sent someone, so.
I mean, yes, but if you want to like roll me a scrutinize to investigate those more thoroughly, you can, or if you just want to hand wave it, that's fine.
I think I wouldn't mind the Ghost Alert at Maze Border DNC. Oh no, that was typed up. That was not.
That one's typed, yes.
Because it was a telegram. Never
Yes.
mind. Yeah,
But-
I have nothing to compare it to, so I'm not
Right.
like looking for anything in particular.
Cool. Do you want to lift the tray out of the trunk? See
Absolutely.
what's underneath. Great.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm just gonna pop that up and place it right back down.
Yep, you pop it up, and in the bottom of Constance's trunk, you see some clothes. One set that looks like it's probably the suit that she was wearing when you first met her. You know, that looks very similar to like what Julio wears. Maybe a couple more like skirts and blouses tucked in there. You see several boxes of rifle ammo and pistol ammo. And you see about 12 jars that are kind of nestled down amongst the clothes. Like the clothes are kind of being used to pad these jars. They're just like standard looking like mason jar tops. See, popping out of here.
No labels on them or anything? Can I see what color they are of like what is inside them?
You can lift them out and see.
I'd like to think back real quick. How careful with this case was she? I know she didn't let me help her.
She just fucking like one hand dragged this shit on and like hauled it onto the back of the carriage when you guys loaded up.
All right, so
she's
I know
not like throwing it around, but she's not like
either way. I know it's not glycerin.
Yo, we are getting a rain. Yo, Madbird streams. Guys, welcome to the Torpid Gaming Network. If people here haven't gone and followed Madbird streams, why don't you drop what you're doing? Go hit them with the follow. Come on back. How are you guys? Give us the Reader's Digest version of your stream. Not just like the front page Reader's Digest, but give us like the cover story Reader's Digest version of it. You know what I mean? Let's dig in a little bit. Let's like go 2 paragraphs instead of 1. Because we are curious. Guys, welcome. We are the Torpid Gaming Network. We are a variety channel. We are live 5 days a week. This is Deadlands. This is our weird West tabletop RPG using the Deadlands 20th anniversary system. You can do ! What the fuck is this? ! System to gain some information about this. But welcome. Thank you for the raid.
Yes. Anyway, I was like, what were we on? Jars in the trunk.
Jars in the trunk.
Yes, the trunk that she is not particularly gentle with. So yes, it is likely not glycerin or anything of that ilk.
Got it. Being on the rail and having to identify things sometimes by smell. Do I smell anything fishy out of here?
Oh, this trunk smells rank.
Is that the technical term?
Yes, yeah. It is very unpleasant.
Great. Rank like helping my brother clear out the stuff that didn't sell from the previous week, or rank like the cart I hated having to pull because it was all the dead people?
We're both incredibly descriptive, and I have to think of like, what is this?
If that's the scale, whereabouts does it fall in Claude's strange life experiences?
Like if you were pulling the cart, someone chucked a horse that got too close to the dynamite on the back of it, and then broke a bottle of whiskey on top.
Right. Yeah, I ain't touching those jars. I am placing that lid back down. I am closing it. We'll go ahead and give it like a thump and like close the top a couple times, just like a couple of aggressive shakes to see if that can get it to like click and lock itself.
It does not seem to. You're pretty sure it needs the key to be locked.
Yeah. I will go ahead and throw some rope around it then. Tie it off, and other big, heavy, less valuable like things I'm gonna go ahead and put on top of it if I can. And yeah, I will batten down the hatches. I'll try to move pretty much all of the things that we have. So like my bag, any of the other guys' bags, I'll just throw them into Constance's room to like cover up her belongings.
Cool. Yeah.
And yeah, just get that stuff condensed, and then I'll just go around and I'll lock all the carts that are in there with whatever access we have, and yeah, kind of just tidy up shop.
Yep.
Batten down the hatches, and I'll go ahead and wait for Belle to finish her shift.
Oh, yeah, about about 40 minutes. That's plenty of time for you to do all this. You pop out right around the same time Belle does, and she kind of waves you over. It's just like, yeah, there's a restaurant down here that I've been to that it's pretty good. I don't know if you got anything particular that you like, but they've got all the the standard fare. So
I ain't picky, but I'm happy to not have train food. So you lead the way, and dinner's on me.
it's mighty kind of you. She takes you to to like a little restaurant. As you're walking down, it's starting to get dark. Sun's been setting for a while now, and you see that like basically the nightlife is starting to pop off around here. There are 3 main bar locations that you can pick out as you walk by. There is the Rusty Bucket, the Dusty Spittoon, and Harry's. Harry's seems to be the incredibly popular one. The Rusty Bucket is definitely the one that the brothel is on top of. And the Dusty Spittoon and Harry's both just seem to have other, like, hotel-type situations up top. Rusty Bucket is, like, the loud one. Like, you hear, like, the loud, clangy, tinny piano, whatever. Dusty Spittoon looks like the least populated, and then Harry's is like probably like, oh, that's the one that has the good liquor, but it's not cheap, so that's where everybody,
Yeah.
And Belle takes you to a restaurant that I think I gave a name to. Maybe I didn't. Hey chat, give me the name of a restaurant in fake Topeka. Benny's Table, great. Yeah, you guys are gonna go to Benny's Table. It is a restaurant. It is like 2 doors down from Harry's.
Harry's Dusty Spittoon.
That's when
It's the
Harry
alley they all
buys
share.
That's when Harry buys. Technically, Rusty Bucket and Dusty Spittoon are on one side of the street near each other, and Harry's is like down on the end of the other side of the street. This is very important geography for you guys to know in about 5 minutes.
Oh, really?
Draw in a map. So we got Harry's down the street. We got Rusty and Dusty.
Yeah. Yeah, and so you are about two doors down from Harry's.
Same side of the street?
Same side of the street.
Great.
1,
2.
Sorry,
Okay,
I'm trying
so when you say 2 doors down, I've gotten into this argument with people before. Is that literally 2 doors, or are you saying 2 doors of space?
It means that there is one other building between the building I am referring to and the building you are in.
Yep, that's what
I was like,
that's
what is
what
the
I
best
wanted.
way to do this?
That is 100% what I wanted.
You all thought we were going to play tabletop games. It's just going to
No.
be me and Bonk semantic arguing for 4 hours.
Map simulator.
I need to hold you right here. Who in their right fucking mind, when they say 2 doors down, means 6 feet of space?
Fake trees.
What?
I've gotten into this argument before.
Hold out!
I'm 90% certain
Trees?
it was fake trees. But it was one of those things. I was like, okay, if I say go next door,
He isn't even here
or
to
go,
defend himself.
Yeah, I was like,
I'll throw him under
fake
the bridge.
trees.
No.
Yeah, let me
no,
message him real quick and be like, get in chat. You're being talked
Yeah,
about.
yeah.
Are your ears moving?
At some point, it was like, oh yeah, it's 2 doors down, and so he went like 3 houses over, and I was like, wait a minute. And I was like, so if I say go next door, or go to the neighbors, or go to the next door, do you go to the person next to you or the person 1 house over? Like, it was very much semantics. It's fine. I think the example was maybe bigger, of like 3 doors down. That's what it
So
was. It was a talk
that's
about the
9
man.
feet. He literally walks 9 feet down and says, I'm here.
Jesus.
Building wise. It's fine. It's fine.
So Claude and Belle, you sit down, have a very nice dinner. It's very kind of like blue plate special type food of the, of 1876. It's nice. You guys are sitting. You're there for a little bit, and I had to do so much of this timeline shit to make sure I matched this up correctly. Around 9:30, you hear a commotion as somebody comes hurrying in through like the front of the restaurant and goes like racing back toward the kitchen, looking pretty frantic. And a couple moments later, you see a guy with an apron on, he's going to cook, and you see like the waitress who's been helping you like follow this person back out, and they go like bolting out the door in kind of a rush. You see a couple of the regulars are like, Benny, what's the problem? And he's like, somebody got killed. Goes heading out.
I knew it.
How did you think I was gonna like get you guys back in the same place?
Oh, I think I should walk you back to the train now.
I'll be okay, but I would like to know what that meant.
I'm happy to go perusing.
Yeah, I hope that's not a passenger.
Same. Yeah, and I'll go ahead and peel off like the bill or two to cover the meal, and just like slide it underneath the table and like stack the dishes up on top of it.
Totally. You can see that lots of other people in the restaurant are kind of like talking to each other, and a couple more people have also gotten up and are like following the group out.
I think as I see a couple of people leave very quickly, I'll just go ahead and give out a big old yell of "Pay your bills!"
One of them definitely like jumps and kind of looks at you and immediately runs back to the table, like sizes you up fully, immediately runs back to the table and like leaves $3 on the table and then goes running out. It's just like, yes, okay. Yeah, you and Belle wander out and you can see that there's people from this restaurant and a bunch of folks from Harry's that are all pouring out and seem to be running down the alleys toward the back of Harry's. Leon and Julio, you were just sitting minding your business, talking to gambling and talking to Harry when he was whispered something by a very frantic man. People started running out of his bar, and then he informed you that they found Maggie face down in a horse trough out back. What are you going to do?
Julio! Somebody knows what you said. Hi, Nestor.
Sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I let my brain wander while Mark was sorting out a situation. I'm sorry. That's really embarrassing.
No, it's fine. That was also a very long stretch for you guys to not be involved with the conversation.
My bad.
No, it's not. No, it's totally cool. I was actually like looking for ways to monitor my power after the whole power outage situation. So I'm
Also
buying
valid.
like meters and shit online. Okay, fill me in. I'm really sorry. We are where Maggie got killed. Maggie got killed.
We literally just swung back to exactly where we left you guys last time. So you guys are standing at the bar. You just talked to Harry. Just told you that Maggie's dead, and Leon thinks somebody.
Yeah, and first thing, I turn immediately to you in a hushed voice. Somebody heard what you said.
What do you expect us to do about it now?
Look, man, Then I turn to Mike.
Mike's not there.
Sorry, Harry.
Crazy Mike?
Sorry.
No, Mike split off from you.
I meant Harry.
Harry's
I meant Harry.
No, that's fine.
Where's the body?
Horse troughs are out back, so if she's in a trough, that's where she is.
No fucking troughs. Look, you got anything else? Anything else happened to her?
I told you what I was just told. Because I saw you guys talking to her earlier. So did a lot of other people. So, if you learned something you shouldn't have, you best forget it.
Well, I can guarantee you that we didn't learn shit that we shouldn't have.
Hexam stands up, sort of like, not aggressively, but sort of, with intent, stands up, puts $10 on the bar, and walks out and starts walking back towards the troughs.
Totally. Yep. It's.
I grab
there's plenty of people to follow.
I grab my half full glass and walk with him.
Oh god. Leon is determined to steal glassware from every bartender in this goddamn game.
I haven't finished my drink yet.
Cool. Yeah, you guys walk back. There's a handful of other people who are clearly like word is spreading quickly about this. And yeah, you guys roll out to the back where there is definitely what a guy there. Yeah. There's a couple of like big dudes who are standing near and kind of keeping people a little bit away. But as you look past them, yeah, there is definitely a woman face down in the horse trough, kind of like bent over the edge. And it looks like Maggie. That's what she was wearing earlier.
Julio walks up to one of these big dudes and, what happened here?
Don't know. Waiting for one of them army folks to come and check it out. Looks like maybe she finally said the wrong thing. Like, I don't mean to be callous. Everybody here knows that Maggie's got a mouth on her and she knows a lot of things. Sometimes that protects you, but sometimes it catches up to you.
When is the army supposed to be here?
As soon as somebody runs and finds someone. Could be, hopefully a couple minutes. But, could be longer. I heard a bunch of them got sent down to deal with the train problem, too. You come in on that train?
Yeah, I was just working with the army squad up the rail.
Yeah. You can see that the other large dude, the one you're not talking to, is definitely like sizing you guys up.
Is there anything that says that that they're law enforcement?
No, these seem to just be the dudes that found the body and then raised the alarm.
I kind of like look at Hexam with we do this?
And I turn to look to the other guy and I say, relax. I may be a stranger, but I am not your enemy.
Yeah, we'll see
was a
about
friend.
that. Make friends fast, then. Or did you know her from somewhere else? Because Maggie got around.
No, I make friends fast.
Mm-hmm. You make enemies faster?
Depends. Do you want to find out?
Easy there. Look, I'm just saying, one of us got killed, and you all's new here.
Yeah, okay. Julio looks at him and says, you have no reason to believe me, but I'm an investigator of sorts, and I'd like to look at the body.
Yeah? Show me some ID.
And then at this point, I kind of want to butt in and just be like, are you questioning the best investigator west of wherever the fuck we are? Topeka? Look, how dare you even ask him for some ID? Look, just let us...
I don't fucking know him from Jesus. And I wouldn't let Jesus look either unless he showed me some goddamn ID.
Hey, look, we don't need to show you any ID. We've been working... Look, as we told you, we've been working up the rails. In fact, we cleared the rails for you. So,
great.
the sooner you let us... Yeah, so the sooner that you let us look at this body, the sooner we can go away. And I want to bluff him.
Oh, okay. I was preparing a different turn.
That's just over loading his gun. Like, well,
Yeah. I mean, not quite that bad, but
Nobody
No.
needs to die yet. It's not even 9 p.m.
technically somebody already died. She's right there, face down in the horse.
Nobody
trough.
else needs to die
That was
yet.
last week.
It's not even. Yeah, that happened last week.
Anyway, great. Roll me a bluff. It's
And-
gonna be a hard target because this
that's
guy's
fine. I'm-
local.
Yeah, and I am bluffing that basically we are investigators that came on the rail and that we have already
Right.
been up to the
Yeah.
up on the tracks, which was true.
No, I mean,
Great. Shit. Okay, that's not a critical fail, but that's a 6.
lucky for you. Be a very different night if that was a bust. No, he just looks at you and he's like, "Yeah, okay, I hear you. You said you're working with the army up the rails. Awesome. When they get here and can confirm that you are with them, I will let you see the body."
Look, if there was time-sensitive evidence on that body and you denied us access to it, wait, what's your name?
My name is none of your goddamn business, stranger.
Well, and as I kind of like walk away a little bit, it will be if Miss Paloma comes back and says that we could have helped find the killer if you would just let us look at the fucking body.
Now I know you
and I walk
lying. Now I know you lying. Ain't no miss about her. That's Lieutenant Flores.
Yeah, to people who don't know her very well.
Claude, you and Belle roll around the corner. Probably just in time to catch the tail end of that conversation, because it is not a very subtle one that is happening. And Belle just kind of glances at you and is like, "Oh, well, at least we found your friends." Doesn't seem like the right term. Co-workers?
I wouldn't call it good news. Do I even want to know? Leo?
You guys can see now that Claude has rolled around the corner and he is with Belle from the train. Oh.
Leon? Do you want to catch me up, get me up to speed?
Yeah, we are being denied access to evidence in what appears to be a murder.
What?
I'm sorry, detective.
Are you? Belle looks at you real confused. She's like, "Are you?
No.
Are you?"
Just-
Okay.
Um,
Normally they tell me if they're putting more on my train, is why I ask. And she walks away and walks over to the big guys that you guys were talking to, reaches into her pocket, pulls out a card and shows it to them, and they move aside and let her walk up to the body.
excuse me, more? And I'm gonna go ahead and just like walk after her.
Yep, they look, they saw you come in with her, so they just move. The one guy who was just arguing with Leon is like glaring daggers at Leon, but isn't saying anything.
I give him a smirk.
Can I
and
like
walk
try and
by.
grab Claude's arm before he walks away? I like just kind of like tap him, and I'm kind of like,
Well, come on, you can join the date.
Double dates in Deadlands. It's so cute. And
We're third
gruesome.
and a fourth wheel. It's fine.
yeah, no, they let you guys walk by. They hold back the rest of the group.
The big guy who is
Julio makes a gesture of like putting his black book back in his vest, because his original intent was to show him all the scary shit that he's drawn in the book, but
Yeah.
he makes a, you know.
the person who is given like the evil eye to Leon. I'll just go ahead and like come up to him and kind of just like pat him on the shoulder and get kind of close to his ear, like, "Don't worry, he's just the interns. He's the one who has to move the bodies."
He just kind of like grunts. Yeah, these dudes are pretty big. You are significantly bigger still.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just gonna catch up with Belle and be like, "So, You were discussing that there's more of them.
No, I just normally if they put other, agents or detectives on my train, they tell me first. Just, professional courtesy. That's why I was going to be a little confused if you and your friends were investigators and nobody had informed me. So
Learned a lot about you tonight, Miss Bell.
yeah, well, I don't open it up much, but she kind of glances at you and looks back. You seem trustworthy.
I appreciate that. Anything we can do of assistance?
I kind of just want to get a look. Relieved that it's not a passenger, but that also means we might have an angry mob coming to storm the train if they think one of the passengers did it. So if I can get a leg up on that.
Makes you feel better. The last posse rode out, what was that, 2 hours ago?
I think. Oh, yeah, they should be back then pretty soon. I hope, or at least somebody will be come back to report. She just kind of like settles up and kind of takes a look down into this horse trough. Anybody else doing anything in particular?
I'd also like to perform a scrutinize on
Sure,
the
go
trough
ahead.
and what appears to be Maggie.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll them dice. Roll them digital dice.
It's a 7.
Dice.
I'm not rolling nearly as good as last week. I'm out here expecting like
21.
fucking 15s as my lowest, and I'm like,
Thankfully, the base target number is like a 5, so it's still like a decent roll.
when you expect 15s, anything less is a critical fail to me.
Oh, well, if you're video,
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. 7's great.
Bad luck, dude. Yeah, it is. You get up there. The woman is face down in the trough. So without moving her, you can't identify her for sure, but you have heard enough people mention it and who seem to be locals that it seems like they're pretty confident in IDing this as Maggie. Other than the fact that she is dead in a horse trough, there doesn't seem to be anything particularly like untoward about the body. Like there's not massive amounts of blood. Her clothes don't seem like ripped or messed with in any particular way. It kind of looks like maybe someone just held her under.
Got it. I relay that to the party.
I mean, I understand it's night, but you got to be real bold to do that just after the sunset.
Yeah, and that's there are a lot faster and easier ways to do that, and quieter. Unless they knocked her out before they put her in, but I don't.
And water can break a fall, and it's going to certainly stop you from knocking someone out at the bottom of a trough.
Yeah, I think we should get back to the train. We might not want to be here when everybody else shows up to gawk.
Happily walk you back to the train.
You fellas coming too?
Yeah, well,
Happy to listen to a story if you got one to tell.
Julio, like, is at this point probably wearing his guilt pretty loudly and starts walking away towards the train and, like, taps, like, Claude on the shoulder and kind of gives him the, like, come on. And tells him about the exchange between he and Maggie.
you're gonna have to.
Which you have to
Tell him.
actually do.
Yeah, 'cause he has
Mark
no
knows
clue.
nothing.
Oh,
I know shit.
Oh,
I didn't watch
right.
anything from
Shit.
last week.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
her name was Maggie.
Role
So long
playing.
story- Fuck, I kind of don't remember the whole thing, but
I can fill in gaps, but
Yeah.
Leon is behind you and walks up.
no.
Okay, so he's
no.
yeah. No, go
Okay,
ahead.
so
Nick,
we
you
learned.
need to
So
start.
I'll do my best. So we learned a few things about the Tenacity family.
such as
Well, the matriarch of the Tenacity married into the Montgomery family,
right,
and when he died, she remarried Beauregard Montgomery.
right.
Who's, if I'm not mistaken, whose child is now the very person we're working for, Constance Tenacity.
That tracks.
Oh, swapped.
Swapped.
Sorry.
I mean, you're almost right. The matriarch of the Tenacity family, after the death of her husband, the
remarried
Tenacity
his son.
No, married into
Beauregard's
the
brother.
No. There were two Montgomery brothers. Okay, so
Okay.
Daddy and Mama Tenacity had a daughter named Constance. Daddy Tenacity died. Mama Tenacity married Beauregard Montgomery.
Montgomery,
Their
there
daughter
it
is
is, yeah.
Prudence. Yeah. You're close. And then there was another Montgomery brother that got referred to, and that is the one who died during the war in a peculiar fashion.
Sorry, so I tell Claude this, and then I look at him and I
So
say,
they're half sisters.
yes, but my mistake was thinking out loud. I may have made a comment to Maggie that breached our agreement with Senora Tenacity, and we may have been overheard.
Right. The whole her business is her business. She likes her privacy. Don't go with snooping.
Well, and don't go telling anybody.
Well, yeah. That's unfortunate.
This blood is on my hands.
Yeah, you think this blood's on your hands.
We need to find who killed her.
We need to do the job we're contracted for.
Yes, well, and if in that time I find the person who killed her, I will kill them as well.
Please do. I've already been told that our time is our time until we're ready to depart. But it is my job to help figure out that transportation. So I'm gonna try and grab some horses, put them together, and hopefully get us a stagecoach out of here. But yeah, night's certainly your own. Probably most of the day tomorrow. But as someone I quite admire once said, I fucking hate Kansas. So let's get out of here.
Everybody make me a cognition roll.
Love to.
Easy.
It's your favorite.
I also like this whole rolling, and I have no idea what window I have in it.
10.
Okay.
Well, we all rolled well.
You did all
Leon
roll.
rolled incredibly well.
Claude got a 6, and Leon got an 18.
Great. So
Tell me your secrets.
Julio and Leon are both going to catch this. Claude, I think your focus is a little split because you're listening to Julio. You're keeping an eye on Belle. I swear to God, at some point I'm gonna mix up and say the wrong girl's name for somebody, and it's gonna fuck everything over. I apologize in advance. Arabella. Yeah. So your focus is a little split. So you do not notice this, but Julio and Leon, you both certainly do, as you guys are kind of coming out of these alleys, and more people are kind of like heading back there and stuff. So there's like a very clear break of people coming towards this way because everybody's heard. You see someone slip into the alley on the other side of the street that you know is near the post office. It's dark, but it's real hard to miss the unnaturally bright red hair on this person.
Do we know
We don't-
someone who has unnaturally
We don't.
bright
When I
red
say,
hair?
do we know someone with unnaturally red hair?
Your
Constant
employer?
tenacity.
Constance. Okay,
Constance
great.
tenacity.
Yeah.
With
I
the
was
bad
like,
dye job that
if
came
we
out
ask you
more
legally,
red
have to tell
than
us.
Redhead.
Yeah, oh no. I'm trying to storytell, y'all. I'm trying, okay?
Okay. I'm gonna make this note that she has extremely bright red hair. You actually, I do remember this now. It's like
Yeah, I mean,
it's
Talked about her
unnaturally
dye
bright.
job for like 10 minutes.
Unnaturally bright, right?
Yes, because it looks like it's dyed with like maybe henna or something.
Yes.
It's very blatantly dyed. It is very weird. It's a
Got it.
very weird choice for a woman who seems to otherwise be trying to blend in as much as possible.
Totally.
Is she like far enough that we can run after her?
Oh, you could. I mean, yeah, you guys like see her like dip down into the alley. You could easily like jog up there and catch up with her.
Oh, then I 100%. I break away and
Yeah, and as Julio breaks away, I turn to Claude. And as I start like jogging a little bit, Maggie, I take it. Is she on the train?
No, Maggie's local.
And by Constance, is she on the train?
Left about hour ago.
Fuck. You didn't see what we just saw, did you?
The
I mean,
body in
they're-
the trough?
Yeah, the woman that we think was drowned.
Nah, you
out behind
Look,
probably the
you-
most popular pub in town.
You better hope that you can catch that guy before I do. And by I do, I mean you better hope you can catch him at all, because I definitely can't catch him. He's too fast for me.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Come on.
No.
You all seem like you maybe have some business to take care of. I have to get back to the train, so I'm just gonna head straight there. But I will hopefully see you all shortly. And Belle just kind of gives you like a couple of weird looks, and then just kind of like picks up at a jog, heading back to the train.
What the hell was all that about? I was having a perfectly nice evening.
Yeah. And so will we. Until Maggie died. Anyway, come on, we gotta catch up to Julio.
What do you mean? He's rat. Ah, fuck. Where'd he go?
This way. And I run it, and I Julio may be like around the corner, but since I know where he's going, I'm gonna go that way.
Yeah, you are actually the only one who has seen like the back of the post office, and so you know like
Yep.
this is the alley like you were hanging out in earlier.
I spent a lot of quality time in that back alley.
You did indeed. Yep. Yeah. So Julio, you're a little bit ahead of them, but you can easily these are not difficult alleys. This is just barely not like a shanty town here in Topeka at this point. So yeah, you're able to like duck down into the alley. As you come up, you no longer see her in the alley, so you can run down to the end, and then you would be like on the back leg behind the buildings.
sorry. So I do see her, or I don't see her.
When you get to the alley, you don't see her, so she's turned off into the back street behind the buildings.
Okay, well then I don't think I'm gonna spend any time waiting for the rest of the people to like catch up to me. I'm just gonna keep following, and I might like kind of slowly poke my head around the corners. Like I don't care if she knows that I'm following her, but I don't want maybe anybody that like might be accompanying her from a
Gotcha.
distance to know.
Yep.
What I'm saying?
Yep,
If
yep,
she's got guards with her that aren't us.
yep. What? Why would you think that might be an option? Cool. Go ahead and just make me a sneak roll. This is just to contest to find out who sees who first.
I will do that as soon as I find it. Nimbleness. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
under
how-
nimbleness.
Ooh, you sneaky.
Ooh.
I rolled a 4 and an 8.
You get to keep the 8.
Very good. Great. Okay. It's like, I have to check my stats. What is her cognition? Yeah, you kind of like poke your head out into like look down into the back street, and as you kind of look in one direction, you hear from behind you, "Ah, Mr. Juarez, I was hoping it would be one of you."
Damn, I got caught. Well,
She just barely beat you.
Senora, I saw you sneaking around, for lack of a better term. I thought maybe you might need a hand.
That's mighty kind of you. And you hear the distinctive click of the hammer of a gun being, like, disengaged.
I was like, finish your sentence.
No,
Going
no.
off into a loud bang,
No, it's the disengage.
Okay.
lowering the trigger without firing a gun or without firing a bullet.
Yeah.
Hexam goes, so you were ready to shoot.
I thought I was being followed.
And he kind of
To
looks
be
down the hall
fair-
and he goes,
I was correct.
I said, and he looks down the hall and he goes, well, you were being followed.
Yeah.
It just so happened to be by someone who you pay.
Indeed. As you kind of like can turn around and see, she is like tucked herself back into the shadows, like up against one of these buildings. Clearly, she clocked that somebody had started following her and like was gonna do the tuck to get the drop on them.
And it worked.
And it did technically work.
Yeah. So I'm sure you've heard about the murder.
Unfortunately, yes.
And what does that mean for us?
It means we will not have the luxury of waiting for the train to get running. We will be leaving post haste. Well, at least I will. It's up to
Does
you whether
somebody
you wish
like
to continue.
Constant Tenacity have enemies in Topeka?
Somebody like Constance Tenacity has enemies everywhere, Sugar. I'm sure your friend Leon has told you his theories about me.
Leon didn't have to tell me his theories. I have my own.
Fair enough. Go ahead and roll me a scrutinize roll as you're talking to her, and once you get the results of that,
This is not as good. 4. It's not as good as any of my other stats. Scrutinize is arguably my worst stat.
that's fine. It'll be more fun as the slow information reveal occurs. Yeah, no, she's standing back in the shadows. It's really hard to see anything because she has not stepped forward or anything. She is still tucked back, but you can kind of just see that like she's lowered, her gun hand, but she's definitely still got the gun in her hand, and she's just talking with you. And this is about the point when Leon and Claude would arrive in this alley.
So, what exactly was my dinner interrupted for again?
Ah, the gang's all here.
Good to see you again, miss. Is she wearing her big hat that she left with?
No. Why don't you guys both go ahead and make me cognition or scrutinize rolls as well?
The mystery of the hat.
I done goofed. Rolled a 1 and a 2, which I believe is a bust. Because half of my rolls were 1s.
Did we like had a discussion about this? If it was 2.
It's
Also, if it's based on sight, I have a +2 because I do have the eagle eye.
you're fine. It is not a bust. It has to be majority. So if it's like
Okay.
even,
Yeah.
So if it's
like-
2 out of 3,
if it's
Good.
2 out of 3, it's a it would be-
51% is
Yeah.
what we're looking for.
I think that we agreed that if I get a 1 on a 2 roller, it's a bust.
yes, but that's just
Yeah.
because you specifically took the bad luck trait.
Yes.
For anybody else, that's technically still a pass.
Yeah.
But
Great,
yes,
so I have a 4.
okay. I mean, yeah, which is the same that Julio got. Like, she's still standing back in the shadow, but you guys can pick out, like, she's like, you saw her with the hat and the coat. She has neither of those things.
But
right
what
now.
if somebody rolled an 8 like I did?
If somebody rolled an 8, I have to go over to my target number list to see what you see at what levels. Yeah,
maximum.
Not quite.
She knows that you can roll 18s. No.
No, but you spot a handful of things.
Ooh.
You can definitely tell this is like the most frazzled you have ever seen her. She is very put together, and she has been, like, always. Like, she is a cool customer, and she seems agitated. She's keeping her tone modulated, but, like, the eyes have a little bit of the crazy. You can also see, somehow you have better dark vision in a game where that's not a thing because you're humans.
Self proved it.
God damn it.
Look, I drink a lot of V8 carrot juice, you know what I mean? Like,
There we go.
I can see really good in the dark.
You know that's a myth created by the British?
I mean,
Each
like,
veggies, kids.
says somebody fucking perpetuating the myth.
You are the conspiracy.
Yeah, come on.
I don't know where to go here, so I'm just gonna drop it.
No, please keep going. I'll just wait. It's fine.
It's really fine.
The other thing that you quickly assess, so you remember she's been wearing this, like, high-necked blouse. The neck of the blouse has dropped, like, if you undid the fastenings on the back. So her neck is fully exposed now, and you can just kind of see that it looks like there's, like, scratch marks. Like, maybe it was grabbed and yanked off.
Like they're fresh scratch marks.
Yeah. They stand out a lot because she's she's a pretty pale woman. So these bright red sort of nail marks stand out a lot. The third thing that you notice is that her blouse is wet from the wrists to the elbows.
God damn you. And nobody else sees this? It's just Leon?
No, everybody else is very focused on the conversation.
Okay. I don't say anything.
Look, you wanted to be curious. You're gonna learn things tonight. What's up?
Goddamn right. Goddamn right.
Leon.
Leon! Cool. And of course, obviously, like everybody else, you notice that she's holding a gun. Just as a reminder for everyone that she is currently armed.
I think Julio turns to Claude and says, you know what? Nothing is interrupting your dinner. I don't think you have to let it be any more interrupted if you have a pretty lady waiting for you.
Yeah, that does sound ideal. Miss Constance, do you need help getting back to your room?
No, I believe I will be all right. However, since you all are here, I suppose we should address the elephant in the room. I will be leaving post-haste. If any of you wish to terminate your contracts with me, now's the time.
Oh, well, why would we need to terminate our contracts with you?
In case you no longer want to head west. That was kind of the outline of our contract. No, I'm willing to travel, and that $1,000
is that the reason? Is that the
lot
reason?
Of, promise.
So I'm just asking.
Well, we are about to, things about to get a little sticky for me if I stick around here. I'd prefer not to wait long enough to find out how sticky. So, my current intention is to go back to the train, grab the last of my most necessary items, and depart, be that by horse, on foot, or through the rapture of the angels if they will have me, which I doubt. if anybody is intending to continue along, might as well come with and grab your things. But if anybody wants out, now's the time.
Oh, I'm in. Let's go.
Yeah, let's get to getting got. If sunup is too late, let's get going.
I'd just prefer to be out of here before the angry mob with torches and pitchforks arrives. I may be damned for all I did in the war, but I am not going to leave this world in the middle of bloody fucking Kansas.
Julio points to his gun and says, well, why don't you let us take care of that, and you worry about being Constance Tenacity?
Well, I've never been particularly worried about that. And she kind of like pops out from the shadow a little bit. This is the point at which probably everybody else can now spot a bunch of the things that Leon had already spotted. You can see, like, she looks pretty frazzled. Her hair's kind of a mess. She's still got that, like, nape of the neck bun that she always has, but, like, there's hair flying down around her face. Her collar of her blouse is down and possibly ripped. Kind of hard to tell at this angle. She's splashed with water. Shall we then?
I'll lead. And yeah, pickaxe over my arm, rifle kind of just at my side at the other one. I'll go ahead and walk us out the alley and start making our way to the train.
Totally. You guys are actually very easily able to get to the train because everybody's attention is on the other end of the street.
While we're walking, I will go ahead and update Miss Constance of I wasn't quite sure how long we'd be abandoning the train, and I stepped out for dinner, so I did move all of our belongings into one cart, and I made sure to tie your trunk. I wasn't able to lock it.
Much appreciated. Your attention to detail is, well, I'm very fortunate to have you for however much longer I do. She stays pretty quiet for most of this walk. You guys get back to the train. You see there's a bunch of bustling activity up towards the engine. Probably a bunch of folks from the army got back after they were busy cleaning up the results of Julio's gambit back there.
Can't wait to hear about that one.
Yeah, that's a story.
Look, it was successful.
That's all you need to know.
We didn't die.
It was successful. That's the part of the story that matters.
Yeah, exactly.
As we approach the train, I'll go ahead and ask Miss Constance, how much of a premium are you willing to pay for horses? I might be able to get us 4.
The cost is not really the concern. Animals do not like me. So it might be a challenge, but
I've been around them a lot. If you can usually convince the bull-headed one, the rest will follow in suit.
Well, my options are getting starkly limited, so let's give it a shot. And she like fishes into some pocket somewhere and just hands you like $100 bill.
If I recall correctly, buying a horse outright, I think, is about $100 each.
Yes, there is, but you can also rent post horses
Got it.
here at these stables and then just leave them in the next location.
Got it.
So I wasn't sure if you want to buy outright or if you want to rent. If you say you want to buy, she will give you more.
Yeah, I will counter with the offer of if expedition is of your interest, I think an outright purchase from a nondescript source may behoove us.
All right. Goes around, hands you just like a whole wad of bills. Looks like they're all hundreds.
I'll be prudent, but I'll get it done. And then I'm gonna go find Belle at the train and see if she is willing to sell the horses from the posse that came back.
Okay. Nice. Okay. Yeah, you go up. You do find Belle. She is up talking to a bunch of these folks who came back, and as you hear like one real scrawny kid just being like, "They just dynamite! Like she just planted the dynamite in the ground, and like the one older man is like, "Yes, son, we were all there. We all saw him plant the dynamite. Yes, the man is crazy, but it did work."
Dynamite's a tool. If you use it right, it gets the job done.
No, but like you don't. They were coming at him.
Yeah. When else are you gonna want to use dynamite? You don't want to waste it on someone who's going away from it.
And you see the one who's like, "All right, son, we're just gonna go sit and have a chat." And Belle just looks like, "I don't." Apparently, Joey was not kidding when he said that he got bit by a tumbleweed, because apparently your friends blew up 3 of them that were attacking.
Hey, if you want to hear something crazier, or well, not crazier, but another crazy thing to add to a crazy night, you interested in selling some of your posse's horses?
Why?
Train delays put us behind schedule. It doesn't seem like you guys are going. We're trying to hit the road stat, so I'm willing to pay an extra 50% per horse, so $150 a horde.
I mean, at that price, I could certainly get that approved.
Any chance I might be able to get a small stagecoach?
You'd have to go in town, figure that out. I don't have that kind of resource. The horses, are ours.
I figured I'd ask. There have
No,
been crazier things to have happen.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to go get one of the stables or steal one.
Yeah, I ain't a thief, but I pay like a bandit, so.
I mean, with the kind of money you're traveling with, might as well. I'm gonna ask you a question that's probably not gonna make any sense.
I'll answer if I can.
You're a boss lady. She friends with a ghost?
Not that I'm aware of. But to be fair, I was told not to ask questions, and I was more explicitly told not to answer them. But I can faithfully say that a ghost has not come up with any conversation that I've had with my client. So.
All right. Yeah, let me talk to my people about the horses, and I can bring them down for you if you.
Could you bring down the horses? I'll throw in an extra 20, and you have that conversation tomorrow.
Yes.
I appreciate that. I don't need my deposit back from the safe. If you're heading out west, best of luck to you. Indiana's a fine place if you ever catch your way out there. And I'll go ahead and give her the card that's taped to the box of my brother's house, and be like, that's where my family's at. If you want to leave anything for me, I'll get back there eventually, but I hope to hear from you.
Sure thing. I'll let me go grab those horses. I'll bring them right down.
And I think my math is correct. I will leave her $620 for 4 horses.
Great. Yep. You don't have to deduct.
You have $620?
Yes,
I'm assuming that is what Constance handed over to me.
Constance handed him $2,000 in $100 bills. So
Got it.
none of this is coming out of his inventory.
Yeah.
Are you guys glad I gave you a rich patron so you don't have to spend your own money?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and round that up to 650,
right.
And leave her a 50 instead of a 20.
Excellent. Cool. Yeah, it's gonna take Belle a few minutes to wrangle up these horses for you. Meanwhile, Leon and Julio, you, I assume, went back to the train car with Constance to get you shit.
Yeah, and
Before I left, I will have tossed the keys over to Julio to unlock all the various doors and stuff on the train.
Yep.
And just giving him the basic layout of, I piled everything up onto Constance's stuff. She had the most valuable, so I put our garbage on top of it. So-
and
Everyone's shit is all in one room.
Yeah. Cool. Yep. Yeah. Constance will get there, and she will defer to Julio to unlock doors so that you can all grab your stuff.
Okay.
you have the keys.
Yeah, I understand. I just
Yeah, but
I
he has
don't
all
know,
the
it's a
power.
reminder. Yeah. So I start unlocking the doors and pushing through into the cart.
Cool.
And then I just I'll just come out and just ask her, did you get into a water fight, Senora?
Oh, in a matter of speaking, let's just say that, my business in town was, a bit more fraught than I was expecting it to be. Otherwise, I would have worn
And is
my
another
weight
reason we're
as-
running.
Yes.
So would it be too much to ask for some honesty?
I have not dissembled to you yet.
Why are we running?
Because there's someone here who is going to try to kill me if we don't.
But
This-
surely you knew that we would stand between you and them.
I don't think any of you could stop him. If I did, I would not be running. I don't know how he found me, but he did. That poor girl spouted off her mouth to the wrong person that I was here, and paid for it with her life.
Who is he?
Something like what I am, but with a little less moral to go behind it.
I do one of a.
Oh, she like dead glares at you and is like, something funny, Mr. Robinson.
I just like. How do you get worse after you hit rock bottom? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I can see this is going to be a very interesting leg of this trip. If you gentlemen would be so kind as to help me uncover my trunk, there are only a few things I need from there, and then we see how Mr. Fox has fared with the horses. And she just starts, she like asks this and then just starts just like fully lifting. Like it's not actually a problem for her to move anything herself.
Yeah, and Leon jumps in and helps. He has after hearing some of the stuff she said, he has decided against what he was going to do, and is gonna help her get the fuck out of here. Let's go.
Interesting. Now I'm curious what his original plan was. That's for the after party.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she uncovers her trunk. She does not make any attempt to like hide what she's doing. She just flips this trunk open, yanks this tray out. So now you guys see that in the bottom of this trunk is a bunch of clothing, a bunch of ammo, and like 12 mason jars that are all kind of like nestled down into the clothing. Like the clothing is being used to pad them. And this trunk smells horrible. Strong smells of just like rot and liquor. And basically she just like pops in, she grabs some of the clothing. Looks like the suit that she was originally in, and she's like, I'll be right back. And ducks into like one of the other berths to change.
If Julio unlocks it.
If Julio unlocks it. She'll take the keys from him and unlock it herself
Okay.
at this point.
I unlock it.
Yeah.
Okay, so once she leaves, I turn to Leon and I go, what do you think?
Look, I think that like as much as I fucking hate her guts, if there's someone in this town that she's scared of, I'm fucking scared of them. And that's all I got to say on the subject.
Yeah, okay. I there's a part of me that's like, I'm gonna say I'm torn between my need for revenge for that poor girl for our mistake, and sticking with the job.
Oh, did you say I see some jars? I wasn't listening.
Yeah, she opened. Jesus
Mr.
Christ!
Curiosity
Sam.
wasn't listening to the knowledge drop.
I gave you a freebie. Yes, she has just left this trunk wide open. She just took the clothes and went to change. So you have until she gets back to root around in there if you want. She made no effort to close it or hide it.
Oh, yeah. If it's open, Leon is fucking dipping in there hard. But
Yeah, she's in a rush. So okay, great.
Oh, god damn it! Then at that same point,
You guys can have this conversation while he's in
yeah,
there.
sorry.
Well, Julio finally looks at him and goes, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Look, if we can find out she knows fucking everything about us. She knows more about you than you know about you. But look, we need some fucking ammunition, okay?
There's that in the trunk too, if you want any.
Some metaphorical ammunition. We got plenty of real ammunition.
Are you drunk?
He
Look, I
finishes
mean,
the drink in his hand.
Yeah, say. I mean,
Still holding the glass from Harry's.
oh yeah, I'm definitely still holding Harry's cup. Look, drunk or not, look, she fucking killed Maggie. Didn't even fucking think about it.
You just heard her. Somebody else killed Maggie looking for her. That's on our hands as well.
Yeah, and those
No,
scratches on
That's
her.
on my hands as well.
Yeah, and the scratches on her neck and the water up to about trough depth on her sleeves says somebody else killed Maggie as I'm rooting through the fucking trunk.
You think I didn't think about that already?
How many of these jars do you want to pull out and look at?
How big are they? Are they like one hand each? Are they like a mason jar?
Like hefty mason jars.
I just reach in, grab the first two.
Great. Let me see which ones you grabbed. Great. These two both appear to contain whiskey. It's nice whiskey.
Is it nice whiskey?
Yeah, it's very good. It's expensive whiskey.
I look down at my glass, see that it's empty. Fuck, I wish I had some to fill this back up with. This is really good, though, and I screw it back in.
Great. All right, you've got time to probably, grab two more of these before she's going to come back if you want.
Okay, yeah, so I'm being very careful to, if I hear, the door, I'm going to put shit back.
Yeah.
I'm not that drunk.
Yep.
Yeah. He did just take a shot.
He's been drinking
It was
for
a taster.
while.
It was a taster. It wasn't a full shot. It was just a...
Yeah. But you're a little drunk and you're like, oh, I'll just take a taste. 1 taste, 2 tastes,
Cool.
3 tastes, 4.
Do you want to look at two more jars?
I do.
1
Great.
taste, 5 taste, 1 taste more.
It was a Leon taste, please.
You pull out. I'm assuming a Leon taste is just like a full handle at this point.
Yeah,
with your guys' drinking
a full
habits.
swig, I guess. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, you pull out two more jars. One of them also appears to be whiskey. The other one is packed full of
Eye
probably
of Newt.
slightly off raw meat. It's a little gray. It does not look super fresh. It's definitely the source of this horrible smell.
So, I hold it up. Ooh! Yep. So, what do y'all make of this?
Claude, this is about when you get back to the train car.
I believe it's in our contract not to rifle through her belongings and leave it to her own devices.
Yeah, well, I thought you didn't do wet jobs.
Have you seen me murder anyone? Wait, what the fuck did you two do? I thought you were getting mail.
Yeah, we haven't done...
That's when Julio just like kind of. We technically didn't kill anybody, but we fear we may have gotten somebody killed. But you knew that already.
Yeah, you're feeling guilty about that magpie girl.
Before you rolled the dice, I put everything back exactly the way it was. I heard that dice roll.
I'm in the doorway. I'm real hard to get around.
Yeah, retcon.
Wow.
Julio was actually standing next to the door that Constance was walking by.
Retcon, I have plate armor made out of mirrors so she can see around the corner off my body.
But also, not retcon, I have really good hearing.
I know you do. What makes you think I was rolling for Constance? There's like 8 things happening right now.
Oh, you stop that right now. You stop that.
Julio, you hear the click of the latch of the door for the berth that Constance is in, so you know she's about to come out.
Jar down. Exactly where it was.
Can you just throw me that rope? So, like, all of the extra rope that was tying up the trunk, I would like you to throw it to me, since you are next to the trunk.
So aggressive. Constance pops out. She's now in trousers and like the trousers waistcoat, very similar again to what Julio usually wears. She's got her army jacket over her shoulder. She's made a somewhat of an effort to like get all of her hair kind of tucked back in. Collar is popped up, covering the back of her neck as usual. And she just kind of like walks in, looks at all of you. So does anybody want to just fess up now, or shall I just guess?
I was able to procure 4 horses. Here is your change. Only cost us $650. No questions asked. The horses will be notified that they were sold in the morning. And then you're welcome. I'm gonna grab those rope ties I used to secure your your luggage. I'm gonna go ahead and tie your horse off to mine. You say animals don't like you? Well, they will lead. So
Can still move expeditiously in such conditions, then hopefully that will account for that.
we can hit the trail post haste, but if you really don't like animals, we can always try and stop by and procure a cart on the way out. We've got enough horses to rig it up.
Honestly, at the moment, speed is more of a concern for me.
Next town it is, and I'll go ahead and hand her back her wad of cash, grab the rope that Leon has probably bundled up for me, and make my way back out and get one of the horses kind of tied off to mine with about 30-40 feet of rope.
Yep. Sorry, looking for my... Oh. Anybody else having stream problems? Did I just drop? Nope, there it is. Never mind.
I did have you stutter a little when I was talking.
You dropped for a
so
second,
and
I had to do a little magic, but you're back.
Great. No, I just cut out the corner of my eye and was like, did I lose everyone? Great. Cool. Yeah, you go out. Belle, have to run through all of my names so I say the right one. Belle is waiting outside your car. She has 4 horses. Inside, so you can rig those up however you want. Inside, Constance has like a satchel bag. Has had a satchel bag with her. Claude, you would know this is the one that she had with her, like when she left the train.
That she left with. Yeah.
So she she goes back over to the open trunk. She kind of just gives the two of you a look. She reaches in, she grabs 2 jars and shoves them into this satchel. Flips it up and just follows Claude off the train.
Did we see which jar she grabbed?
I
have very keen eyes. I get a bonus for rolls like this.
Sure, roll me cognition to see if you were able to tell what she grabbed.
I'm going to roll that with a +2.
Great.
That is an 11.
Yeah, she grabbed 1 of whiskey and 1 of meat.
Great.
Eye of meat, oil, and
I mean,
truffle.
that's like 2 of the 3 main food groups: whiskey and spoiled meat.
I mean, it's the Wild West.
It's
So-
I know.
Maybe she's Finnish and really like shark fin.
Y'all, I assume, are going to the horses now.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
I'm causing no more trouble.
Yet. It's fine. The night is young. Yeah, as soon as Constance starts to walk up to these horses, they start losing their fucking shit.
Where the fuck is Crazy Mike?
I will definitely do my best to calm the horses as much as I can. I do have animal wrangling.
Yeah, I was gonna say, give me a wrangling roll.
Animal wrangling horses. Let's go. Treat me good, D4s. Where did my roll? Oh, I got a 7.
You are able to calm them down to at least the point where they're not like fully like rearing back. Like they're still very like antsy. As she gets near, like you see, as soon as they start reacting to her, she kind of like stops. You kind of get them calmed down. She starts to get a little closer again.
I think I'll just like get them
skittish.
calmed down and get them like turned away, and I'll get like the smallest horse out of the bunch, and like get it backed up and like kind of adjust the blinders on it as much as I can to like get it like out of sight, out of mind type of thing. And then I'll help her up and have it tie off to my horse, which is going to be the largest horse of them because I need it.
You do.
And yeah, just lots of strange noises are coming out of Claude's mouth as I'm like patting the horses on the head and getting them all, and yeah, like little treats are coming out of my pocket.
Yeah, perfect. Good treats. Belle would definitely have brought you like a handful of like sugar cubes or something. Been like, here in case you need this. Belle is kind of like hovering nearby and just watching this whole thing go down. Anybody who wants to, I guess I'll put it that way, can go ahead and make me like a scrutinize.
Well, if you're gonna give
I'm
me
not
the
going to.
option, oh, you're
I just
not.
I don't
No.
have a good enough scrutinize to justify that. That's what I would do.
That's fine. This is.
I think Leon would definitely be
I just
on
always
the lookout for
assume-
something.
I just always assume that Leon is looking around to try to get a bead
yes.
on weird shit.
Yes.
With my roll of 2, I am distracted by the horses, and if it's not the horses, I'm probably distracted by Belle.
Fair enough.
With my roll of 11,
Yeah, Belle is definitely like. You've probably seen this before, particularly like in your army days and stuff. Belle is giving Constance that kind of look when you are like memorizing a person because you need to be able to, identify them later, or you're making sure that they are who you think they are, something like that. Like she is very intently assessing everything that is going on here. And then, let me see what's gonna happen next. Great. Okay, yeah, she's gonna go for it. As you're getting Constance up on her very discomfited horse, Belle actually walks over to you guys and it's just like, all right, there's no good way to do this. Any of you friends with a ghost?
I would really love to meet. Is it a ghost or the ghost?
Constance gives you a look, Leon, and then gives Belle a look. Why are you asking? And Belle goes, well, no particular reason, other than, you know, I know a ghost, and, he said if any of his friends ever come through and seem to be in trouble, I could, help him disappear.
Yeah, one of you two fine, upstanding women are going to have to start explaining something to me, or we're going to need to hit the trail.
Belle reaches into her pocket and hands you, Claude, a folded up piece of paper.
Is this for me to read? Or would you
If
like
you'll-
this to go to the miss?
Up to her, I guess. I don't think she's gonna stop you, though. Constance just kind of like shakes her head. You can tell she's nervous.
I'll go ahead and take a step back and be like kind of shoulder to shoulder with Belle, and I'll go ahead and flip open the paper for us to both see.
It is a map. It is a hand-drawn map. It shows the rail lines, you know, and kind of like sketches of some of the major stops and stuff. And marked out in a different color ink is a series of red, like, X's and sort of little trails that connect them. And she kind of looks at you and she goes, so a while back, they tried mining this area, looking for the ghost rock. They didn't find anything, but they did leave a very large selection of abandoned mine tunnels. A lot of them follow the train tracks. So, certain members of our, I assume our, she motions toward Constance, profession, utilize such things when we need to get around places without people knowing where we are. Not sure where you're going, but this will get you to Dodge City without having to be above ground.
Who handed me this piece of paper?
Belle.
Belle handed me the piece of paper. Got it. I thought that
Sorry.
Constance had.
No,
Great.
Belle offered this after she came and asked the group.
Got it.
Anybody's
Cool.
friends.
I was like, this makes a little bit more sense now.
Yeah.
Right. This'll be most handy.
Oh,
Dog Burn,
Wow,
thank
Dog
you for
Burn.
subbing for 21 months. Little boy is a man now. Let's get some drinks. 21. Dude, I will buy you your first drink. Welcome to your being of age on Twitch.
Wow. What a time to be alive.
Killing it.
Let's go. 21 months.
woo! Yeah. So basically, what Belle's just given you is a map of an abandoned mining system that runs under the plains, and all of these red X's you can assess would be like entry points.
Yeah.
And then there's a trail that shows you how it moves in relationship to the train tracks.
Got it. Closest one to Topeka, about how far would it be based on this map?
You could probably, like, on horses, it'd be like riding for a couple of hours directly south. Okay. There seems to be an entry point, and then the like trail that one seems to match up to does eventually pop off at like right near Dodge City.
Great. Yeah, I think this might be the best way for us to go then. If the object is to not be followed, then it's highly unlikely someone would also know these trails.
Anyone who does is going to be a member of our organization, and unless your benefactress here has gotten herself in deep shit with them, as well as whatever else she did out here, only people who are going to run into you are people on the same side.
It's good to hear. Happy to be on this side.
You run into a man named Andrew Lane. Tell him Bell's still riding the rails and keeping an eye out, just like he asked you to.
Will do. I'm at a point now where I can't write if I'm not looking at what I'm writing, because that's how often I write.
Yeah, Shelter in Place has been weird. My notes are a disaster for this game, which is like, takes 100 years to do. Cool. Unless anybody else has any major business that they need to take care of before you ride, you're gonna start riding.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're gonna start writing. All of
get
my
the fuck outta
belongings
here.
fit into one bag, so I'll just have that over my back. I'll go ahead and get my rifle just mounted onto the side of my horse, and I'll still have my pickaxe on my back. And then, yeah, about 40 feet of rope tied between my horse and Constance.
Great. Cool. And you guys head out. I assume you're gonna head due south and try to use this.
Oh,
this
yeah.
map
Using the
device.
tunnels.
Using the
Yeah,
tunnels.
get out of town as quickly as possible and then head south. So if it's just follow the rail until it's out of town and then head south, that's totally fine with me.
Your compatriots would know that it's a pretty clear shot to follow the rail for about 45 minutes, at which point you may run into a large grass fire. Or not, depending on how successful the army has been with containing that, but
That's just clean up, though. I mean,
it's fine.
Our job was done successfully.
Yes. Great. Yeah, you guys head out. Everybody go ahead and make me like a horse riding roll, just for the funsies. It's under nimbleness.
I did pick up one horse riding, just in case you would ask.
Same.
Awesome.
So that's a 7, a 5, and a 7 for Julio, Leon, and Claude, respectively.
Awesome. You guys are all doing fine. Constance is having some serious strugg, mostly because her horse seems to just keep trying to buck her. She's doing a very good job of, like, ripping on, but, like, you can tell, like, she is, like, full on, like, having to, like, you know, Russian wrestler leg clench onto the saddle and is just full choked up on the reins so that this horse cannot throw her off, and it is being exceedingly difficult for her.
Yeah, as periodically as I can without, you know, completely breaking our pace or completely freaking my horse out, I will, like, periodically, like, shorten up that rope and, like, make the horse, like, fall in line as best I can.
Yeah, and it's like it's mitigating it a little bit, but like you can tell because even your horse starts to kind of get skittish the closer that she is. So you kind of have to like keep that balance of close enough for you to control, but not so close that your horse also starts reacting. Julio and Leon, you're able to kind of like keep enough distance that you can maintain pretty good control of your horses. And you ride off into the darkness.
Cool that song just ended when you said that.
Yeah.
Sometimes it lines up. Sometimes my pauses are great because I'm having to look for like information that I need to roll on for myself. Okay, yeah. You guys ride for about an hour. No, you guys ride for about 2 hours. You ride for about 2 hours. It's a struggle, but you manage to keep a pretty decent pace. Off in the distance, as you guys kind of, get out of town and then curve, you do see what looks like a fairly large fire kind of burning off in the distance. Leon and Julio, you would know that's well down the tracks where some shit went down. But it doesn't seem to be like spreading anywhere. It seems to be contained to that one area.
I mean, you can call it like it is, where we triumphantly defeated a fucking demon. Thank you.
where you blew up 3 tumbleweeds with dynamite.
Yeah, y'all sound crazy.
Sorry, I can't find my next chunk of thing. Let's put it in the wrong spot. Okay, there we go. Yeah, you ride for about 2 hours, and sure enough, you come. This is mostly plains. Like, you're in Kansas. It's the Badlands. So everything's just very, very flat. But as you kind of trace along this map, you find that you are skirting up against, like, basically your elevation is going down, and it's like, we've found, like, the one place where there is some semblance of, like, at least hills. And this map seems to kind of indicate that as you skirt along these, the entrance to this abandoned mine will be somewhere along the base of these hills. You get up to that area, and then you can slow your pace and start looking around for this mine shaft. As soon as you guys kind of slow up, Constance just straight up like doesn't even fully let the horse stop moving. She's like pops right off and like walks away so that the horses will calm down enough that you guys can actually like look for this entrance without them losing their shit.
When she walks away, does she walk away like this happens all the fucking time when she rides a horse?
Yeah, kind of.
She made it very clear that she expected this to happen.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it is like a frustrated, I'm just gonna go be over here now because we're not gonna get shit done if I have to keep sitting on this
Totally.
animal.
Copy that. Okay.
Yep. No, you get the impression that this does indeed happen every time she has to ride a horse. I want to make you guys roll literally anything that's not just like
Scrutinize? Search?
Scrutinize and cognition. Anybody
What about tracking?
I was gonna say search or tracking would make sense for like trying to find the entrance of this mine shaft.
I got a search, and can I apply my eagle eye to it?
Yes, you may.
I would also like to do that as well.
Are you just gonna use?
I don't have anything for search. Going search straight up.
That's fine. Do you guys want to like light a lantern or a torch to give yourself some extra light, or do you just want to go with moonlight? It's a decently bright night. You've got stars and.
If we're being followed, I would prefer to
Moonlight.
be
Moonlight. Yep.
Yeah.
Great.
I'd be down with moonlight. Actually, I don't.
I'll turn the flashlight on my M16 on.
Nailed it. Perfect.
Oh, did I not give you guys the brief about Claude being a time traveler? I think I forgot to send you guys that note. My bad.
Sick. Added to my inventory.
What's that weird future thing you got?
What's with all these full auto rules you have going?
But yes, I would love to roll you a search.
So
Great.
For me, that is a 6 + 2, 8.
Let's go. That's a 10.
My search is a 7.
Nice. You're all doing pretty well. Let me roll.
My dice rolls are back up to their minimum.
Let's
To
go
their
normal
double
roll.
digit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Leon, you and Constance find it at the same time.
Nice.
You guys are walking along. She's kind of got some distance or whatever, and like, are you guys dismounting to search, or are you guys staying on the horses?
I would stay on the horse. I'm comfortable enough on there.
Yeah, basically what happens is like Leon, you like spot it right at the same time as Constance, so you get like the simultaneous both of you kind of pointing like there.
It's right there.
And she's like, excellent. Great. We're just gonna. Excuse me. And she just like walks over. It's a mine shaft. It's like been very loosely boarded up, like just in a like. Making it slightly more difficult, but not like fully boarded over in a good way. It's just like somebody slapped a couple of planks up there to keep people from like tripping into it, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
She just kind of walks over and like basically just has a little mini hissy fit as she just like rage like kicks this bottom board until it breaks.
Yeah. I want to like help her pull this stuff off, but just like while I'm doing that, what is the scent that I'm getting from just like from her? What does she smell like?
You would know that. So you know that in general, she smells like she chain smokes 3 packs a day and bathes in whiskey. That's been your general experience. But go ahead and roll me a scrutinize.
I'm looking for like a a little let me get the technical term for it.
Death.
Yeah, literally it smells like death.
Yeah, okay. Roll. Roll me scrutinize.
A scrutinize. And I'm gonna. And can I roll that with a +2 because I'm smelling? I get plus.
Is that
rolls
a thing
to
that
hear.
you have?
I am keen. I get +2 rolls to hear, smell, or taste.
Then yes, I guess you can.
Yep.
I knew you guys both had hearing related ones.
Yep.
And
So we'll say So keen.
One,
so keen. So I don't have sight, but Leon is keen, which is hear, smell, and taste.
Great.
And and he also has extended hearing, which is his
Yes.
other one.
Claude has the eagle eye, so he's
Yes.
got the sight bonus. Okay, great. Yeah, roll it.
So
Give me the
that's-
+2.
That's a scrutinize. You said.
I mean, unless you want to make an argument for something else, but you seem to
No,
like scrutinize.
I would
so-
love to roll scrutinize or cognition. That's my bread and butter. If
Yeah,
I could
just
roll
go
those
ahead-
for the rest of our fucking game, that'd be great.
Yeah, I gotta remember to build next week to be all the like tinkering and shit.
Oh, I'm really good at tinkering too.
God
Ha
damn it! What are you bad at?
I'm really
Being
bad
strong.
at like trivia knowledge. That's
Perfect.
Bar
disguising.
trivia, all
I'm
that
bad
you
at
need.
demolition. I'm bad
Yeah, so
at
next
being
week is just gonna
professional
be-
or science or trading.
Great. So next week is just gonna be pub night with only science questions.
I can't swim. That's a fact. I literally can't swim. Apparently.
Damn it! I knew I should have checked you guys in the river.
Yeah, but yeah, that's sorry. That
What'd
is
you
a
roll?
10. That is a 10. Sorry, a 12 with my bonus.
Fuck. I was gonna say, God damn it. Okay. Yeah. No, you kind of get up and you get pretty close to her. She just kind of like has this little hissy fit where she basically just like kicks in this bottom thing, bottom plank, and as you get up really close to her, you're noticing that like underneath the the whiskey and cigarettes are pretty pervasive. They definitely sink into the fabric of the clothes.
Mm.
But as you're actually near her, you're starting to pick up on, like, something very putrid. It smells...
And it's different
like
than the
raw.
raw meat smell that I have already smelled and I would know
Yes.
of. Got it. Okay.
It is a different... I mean, it's in the same family, but it is,
Totally.
like, rotten putrefaction.
Perfect. Love that. I'm so glad that I've been able to strangle this tidbit of information out of you.
I'm so mad because the target number was an 11 for you to get that information. Almost had it for one more week. It's fine. Shit's about to get bad for you guys anyway.
I turn around. I go home.
Claude's like, never mind.
Wait, actually, I do want to terminate that contract. Is that offer still open?
Nope. I mean, unless you wanted to take these horses. To be fair, you guys could just abandon her here, take the horses, and run. She wouldn't be able to do anything about it.
She could get on her horse.
See, but this actually makes Leon like want to keep going because he literally can't not.
Yeah, he is
I
immensely
was-
attracted to the smell of rotting flesh.
And I was literally counting on this to keep you guys from bailing on the contract, unless Julio shot her, which I fully had prepared that as another possibility.
But yeah, no, I mean, and as far as that goes, he's just he just helps her pull everything out. He doesn't say anything, just helps her out.
Okay. Yeah, these boards are not hard to remove, and obviously, like, Claude's got a pickaxe, so if you come up with a tricky one, he can probably just bash it in.
Yup.
So yeah.
I would just use it as a pry bar and pop it off.
Yep, I could make you guys roll for this, but I'm not going to, because why bother?
What if the boards kill us?
The boards... Yeah, you get tetanus on a rusty nail. Everybody roll me a constitution check.
I would die.
The Wild West.
Leon would just drop dead.
Everyone's like, I'm so excited for Alandra to run a game in the Wild West. There's gonna be like bandits and whatever. And I'm like, no, everyone just dies of like horrible diseases because there's nothing to treat them with.
Dysentery.
Yeah, make a
syphilis.
dysentery check every 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah. Talk about slowing your pace of movement. Yeah. You onboard the entrance of this mine shaft. It looks like it's like a slope downward. Like they clearly put this in the side of the hill intentionally to kind of give them a place to put like a doorway, and then just kind of slopes in and down from what little you can see with the moonlight casting in. The doorway does seem large enough that you could probably get the horses inside. You don't know if it's going to remain comfortable for them, and they're certainly not going to enjoy the experience, but it is large enough for them to pass through if you want to try to keep the horses with you.
I'm happy to tie the horses up together and have them follow us, but considering their lack of wanton riders at this point, and in combining that with enclosed spaces, horses tend not to fare well. For such large creatures, they tend to be claustrophobic.
While the convenience is, at least for the rest of you, is excellent, I'm willing to cut my losses if you think we should just pull off the attack and release them.
I think we should bring them along just in case. I've done it before, but usually only after a bottle or two of whiskey. But if we find a minecart in there, that's basically a ride and buggy. So,
Fair point. Then let us proceed. Do any of you gentlemen have the time on you?
Rough estimate, 11:30.
All right. This might get interesting very shortly here. So, let's proceed for as long as we can before that happens.
Miss, do you? I know it was in our contract when we first agreed to companion with you. Would you like some private time for the next 5-10 minutes? You can go on into the cave and we'll hunker down.
Unfortunately, I'm gonna need more like 2 hours, and we do not have that time to spare at the moment, so we'll see how this goes, boys.
You, if you want to communicate any needs, I'll do my best.
Try to aim for the limbs, not the center mass.
That makes me incredibly nervous.
Leon gets this like crazy shit-eating grin on his face.
She just kind of looks around at all three of you, and like you can see the gears turning as she's deciding if she's gonna say anything more. And she does not. She just kind of looks, gives you her like sweetest, most terrifying "I eat men alive for a living" smile, and turns and walks into the mine shaft.
Well, this is easily the worst job I've ever had. After you, I'll take the horses in, and yeah, I'll go ahead and like get their reins kind of together and get them like on a rope so that way they can walk in a single file line.
I kind of like lean in uncomfortably close to Claude. Hey, so if my prediction is correct, we're about to learn something.
Wow, you go to school?
Yeah, it's the school of fucking hard knocks. And
I knew.
and you're about to go to class, motherfucker.
It's the last time I let you play a character from Jersey.
Honestly.
Cab's the knowledge here.
Cabsona key.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's good for you.
Yeah, and then I kind of like turn to Julio. Hey, do you remember what Crazy Mike was talking about when he was spouting off stuff about the possessed? About how they fucking smell.
Yes. What of it?
We're about to learn something very fucking interesting about our benevolent employer. Something that, you know what? Never mind. Just watch.
You know that if you're wrong, I'm going to start calling you Crazy Mike.
Look, you could call me Crazy Motherfucking Mike. I know I'm not wrong.
Okay. Let's find out.
All right. I start walking in behind. I start walking behind Constance.
Right. Yeah, once everybody is like inside the mine shaft, she sort of like feels around and rather swiftly and deftly for how dark it is in here, a flame appears as she has like found like a plank of something and pulled together a torch. Your best guess, because you didn't really see, but you kind of hear some of her rustling around in the dark, is that she must have used the jar of whiskey to like light. Yeah, like dipped something cloth in there. You're not sure what the cloth was. Whiskey. You tasted it. It was real high proof.
Oh yeah.
It was the good stuff. But she uses that to kind of touch up, and she's like, "Well, I wouldn't give an actual oil lantern, but this will have to do for the time being."
Trying to look at my inventory to see if I actually bothered to buy one.
Yeah, well, I also had to check Constance's because she left half of her shit on the train because speed was more important.
Nope, I will light myself a cigar, though, so at least everyone can see where my head is.
Perfect. Don't aim there.
Yep. Let's be real. If they're aiming at 6.5 feet high, they're probably aiming in the wrong space. I hope.
That's true. Oh, she would. Okay, she does. Okay, she did have oil with her in her satchel. So not a lot, but cool. Anyway, you've got the means to at least have torchlight for a little bit, and perhaps you will be able to find a lantern that still has fuel in it somewhere down in this mine. It does sound like these tunnels are still used by certain groups of people, so there might be
certain groups of people. Certain groups.
It's already been alluded to us.
Yeah. Certain
people like
groups.
Bell, who are co-workers with our boss.
Yeah, who's just a coworker of our boss.
This is a legitimate business. They have a map and everything. We are at the X. Every legitimate business has one of those maps.
100% confirmed.
Absolutely. And you guys start making your way through these mines. There is a track that is laid for like mine carts and stuff. So,
do we find a mine cart though?
Roll me No. Here, we'll do it this way. We're gonna do this as a pure luck check to see if you can get to a minecart or anything else useful before
something happens.
Before a thing happens, because if it's about 11:30, you've got about 30 minutes.
Until midnight, and it's the next day, and we have to roll back our old-timey hand clocks.
Call high or low.
High.
Yeah, about 10 minutes in, you find a minecart. Not only is it a minecart, but it is a minecart that has a couple of lanterns hanging off the side.
Ooh.
Beautiful. Oh, Miss Constance, I threw it out as a possibility, but we have a minecart. I can more than happy to tie these horses to it and have it pull you along. And if you need time by yourself, shit, we can make those horses gallop with you behind it, and we'll catch up.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do something along those lines, because I've got maybe 15 more minutes before things are about to get exponentially difficult for myself and the rest of you. So, that seems like a plan, I suppose.
Any
One
more
of the two
advice?
of you have rope.
Yeah, no, I throw him a. How much do you need?
25 to be safe.
I throw him 100 feet. Yeah, they come in 100-foot bundles. So I just throw you my bundle of rope.
Inventory
Alright.
Management Simulator 2000.
I'm immediately going to cut his rope in half and replace the 50-foot of rope that I had. And then I will go ahead and cut off another 25 feet of that. And I'm going to basically make like a little harness inside of the cart. And then I will basically tie in Constance whenever she's ready.
She kind of like looks at you. She's like, it's not like that.
It's more so when the horses take off, if they come across any rough terrain, it's so you don't go flying out of the cart if they take a turn too fast.
Oh, I won't.
I got to do my due diligence.
I appreciate it. Let me assure you that is no matter how rough a terrain we hit, that is unlikely to happen.
Noted. Yeah, and then I'll take like the other 25-foot rope and just like reinforce the like bind for the last horse onto the cart, and then once she's in the cart and the horses are up, probably 10 minutes later.
Great. Yeah, you can go ahead, because you're the one who's talking with her right now. Go ahead and give me a quick cognition or scrutinize on her.
Absolutely. Yeah. Is it anything visually based?
Yes.
9.
Oh, very good. Yeah, like kind of as has been the theme since you guys spotted her in the alley. Like she's like increasingly agitated, and like clearly like she knows that it's gonna take the time it takes, but like the longer it takes you to get the horses, you see her like it's literally like, you know, like the hand is just kind of like going and kind of twitching a little bit. She's kind of got the crazy eyes going again. And it's just like she's trying really hard to keep it under control, but you can tell that she's losing that fight as time progresses. So pretty much the second you're like, I'm done, she's just like, excellent. She takes off her satchel, chucks it in the bottom of the minecart, hops up in and is like, well, this is not how I wanted this to go, but I guess it's going to be an experience for all of us.
See you soon. Well, enjoy your rest whenever you stop, and we'll catch up. And I'll light the torches that are on it and take the torch that she had from her, or like the oil and whatever torch she had, and then I'll go ahead and just pull out my rifle and just fire straight into the ceiling and get those horses running as fast as possible.
Yeah. Yeah. And you just see the horses like panic and take off down the mine track with the car behind them. You can kind of trace for a while because you left the like lanterns lit but on there, so you can actually kind of trace their progress for a little bit and see that it goes straight, and then it starts to kind of like straight and down, and then starts to curve after a while and kind of curves out of sight.
So, Claude, what was the what's the end goal of that?
She needed a bit of her privacy. We're gonna eventually catch up to her, and I mean, fuck, it's a 50-50 shot. She's either a werewolf or a vampire.
This is the point where Julio like finally
you
steps in
guys.
and goes, neither of you have really had much experience with either of those things, have you?
Mostly word of mouth. You know, get talked about ratters and flaming skulls, people made of fire, people turning into wolves at night, rending flesh. Dracula. You read Dracula? It's actually a good read. That one I think is a bunch of baloney, but like it could be based on something else.
It's particularly good because it hasn't been written for another 25 years.
Have you heard of Count Chocula? He sells a lot of cereal. He came first. My brother talks about him all the time. It's his favorite cereal at his market.
Abigail loves the romantic poets, and so she has definitely read John Polidori's The Vampire.
There you go.
Do not challenge me in my own house.
I know that vampires and werewolves are much older than the Civil War in the South.
Oh yeah,
Gothic horror has been around for hundreds of years at this point.
Yes.
So.
Well, and also you've definitely heard stories of like various like spirit walkers and things, because I'm sure you worked with some of the native folks while you were out on the rails.
I've also done some work in Denver, so I'm not that like there's going to be some weird stuff. I don't fully expect to understand it, but either way, she was very certain that a brawl was going to break out, and I'd rather not shoot my boss if I could avoid it. So that was getting us some distance, and with her speed and our speed on foot, hopefully we catch up to her when she's no longer a threat to herself or us. And then we continue on our way, we get her what she needs, and eventually we cash out.
Julio, I am very interested to have some experience with whatever the fuck we're about to see.
How keen is Julio to knowing that to knowing what is actually ailing Constance? Or how keen can I be?
You definitely would probably have an idea of what might be going on. I want you to make me some sort of knowledge-y roll, and I'm gonna give you a bonus to it because
okay,
you have
so
heard
I can just, you want me to just roll knowledge straight up?
Yeah, I don't know that there's
okay?
anything. Yeah, I don't know that there's anything more specific than that. So just give me a straight up knowledge. 8. Great. I was gonna give you a +3 anyway, which gives you an 11. So, I will say you almost positively would be able to figure out what's going on with the information that you've now been given. Would you, Nestor, like me to just say it, or would you like me to message it to you privately, so that you can choose how to disseminate it to your?
Oh, that's a very good
cohorts.
question, Alandra.
You should message it privately. Go privately. Privately.
Yeah. Privately.
Yeah,
Great.
I want this to
Play
come from the
your
horse's
secret.
fucking mouth.
Great. Let me pop over to Discord really quick.
And I guess chat will just never know because Nestor's a man of secrets.
Damn straight.
And now I have to find one more thing. Sorry, this is where you guys learn that I am terrible at speaking and typing at the same time.
Same.
We also know that it's really hard to speak when there's harmonica music blasting in your ears.
Yeah, we
too.
learned that one this morning.
Okay, interesting.
I'm gonna give you I'm trying to give you just the super baseline piece of this info, and then
Yeah, I'm googling a little bit, but
yeah, I could also.
But I'll take your descriptor.
I'm basically just sending you something from the player's handbook, and then I will send you the page to go to.
I was just reading this actually in the handbook.
Yes.
So that's okay.
Yeah. You you now have permission to look at that section of the player's guide because your character would have heard of this at least. You may not know everything, but you at least know of it.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah. It'd be like that. Okay. So yeah, Julio is very quiet as he contemplates his knowledge of what the fuck this might mean for them. How quickly are you guys gonna proceed? I assume you guys are gonna start moving.
I'm gonna enjoy my cigarette for a little bit, or my cigar, and then I'm gonna reload my one shot back into my rifle. I knew that when we were gonna be heading west, things were gonna get weird. I just was hoping we'd get further west.
I pull out the Thunderer. That's it. I don't say anything.
Julio turns to them and says, "You see, the weird, it doesn't exist just in the West. Sometimes it follows you home, or it attaches itself to those who get to come home. So the fact that you've not experienced anything in your small town just means that you were lucky so far. Not that it wasn't coming. Or not that it wasn't around the corner." And then he gets ready to start, maybe moving or kind of get going. Says, "The only way that this works out in our favor, and by our favor I mean with a dollar bill, is if we let her live."
Well, I mean, she's got about $1,300 on her right now.
Isn't our contract worth more than that?
You are
Yeah,
each...
it's worth $1,000 each.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, I get what you're saying, and it ain't in my blood to call a job done halfway through.
So, okay, Alandra, additional question. Can I...
Yes.
This is kind of maybe an RP-ish question, but
Oh,
given what I know about her, is it just within my rights to identify the story from which I've experienced this, or...
Sure. I'll give you that one. You can come up with... I will say that you... With the parameter that I don't think you have ever met someone who is this before.
But I've
you may have...
near...
But yeah, if you want to create the circumstances under which you learned about what this thing is, you may do that. And you may have...
I see those cogs turning. I see those cogs
Yeah,
turning.
I turn it fast, 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, how many degrees of separation?
Yeah.
I think at this point, though, we've been here a few minutes, and I'll start walking down the same trail that...
Yeah, you guys are
Center
easily
did.
able to follow the mine tracks. And
I will continue to walk in silence. Meanwhile, player Nestor is looking for something.
yep, feel free to ping me on Discord if you need to ask a question.
Thank you.
You guys start walking down along these mines. Would any of you guys have been down in mine shafts before? Claude, you might have maybe been in a little bit of some of that with some of the rail stuff, if at least blasting tunnels
Yeah.
for the rail lines.
Yeah, my tunnels eventually ended because they were full-on tunnels, not just shafts.
Yeah.
So a little bit of time underground following the rails, it's not completely uncommon. I can't see a light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
That's a little off-putting, as well as the slope change is probably offsetting.
Yeah. You guys do feel that as you're following these tracks, you are steadily moving, not steeply downward, but it is wending downward. You occasionally pass by little offshoots that look smaller. And again, you remember that Belle said that they were trying to look for ghost rock and then abandon it when they didn't find any. So you get the sense that this isn't gonna be a true mine with the truly labyrinthine, crazy, getting lost in it sort of thing, because they would have bailed out pretty quickly and moved on to another site once they realized there was nothing of value down here. You're too far south for gold. Gold would be in the Black Hills in South Dakota. It's it's Kansas. It's just plains. There's not going to be anything particularly interesting down here, or so you hope. You can hear the horses on the cart for a lot longer than you can see them. Like the echo kind of bounces. You can hear the galloping. You can hear the metal of the wheels on the tracks and things like that. You definitely also at one point hear a woman shriek. It's very faintly distant. You're not sure how far down, but like you do get like one very distinctly female cry at some point in there.
Sounds like the boss is still alive.
I mean, she said shoot for the limbs, not the main body. I mean, so that would imply that she would want to keep everything alive. Is that right?
Yeah. If she does have a bout of some kind, it's probably temporary. I mean, we've been traveling with her, 2.5 days now? So, it's not like she turns into a complete mindless beast and just rends at the nearest people nearby, because that's been one of us for the last, 60 hours?
Well, look. I'm not gonna call him a friend, but we met an acquaintance. Good guy, wouldn't hurt a fly. His name was Michael. Back in Topeka. And he had a couple.
Tell me about this, Michael.
Yeah. He had a couple things to say about people like Constance.
Oh, great. Was he a reputable man? Did he work for like a journal or some sort of acknowledged society? Or what was this man's profession?
He's a credible fucking source. He's been there. He's seen shit.
Right. Continue.
Look. Constance, she's possessed by something from the other side.
Incredibly unfortunate.
Yeah, I agree. But it does pique my interest.
Hey, we all got our devils.
Yeah. Yeah. When this is over, well, let's if this is over for us, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Let's keep going. I gotta see this shit.
You're I know I'm gonna hate asking, but I gotta ask. $1,000 changes a man. You seem to always have questions. You got any answers for what you'll do with that money? Changes lives.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit of a seed funding, if you know what I mean.
Oh, you into farming?
Yeah, let's call it farming. Yeah, I'm a farmer.
Ah, great. You'd make a great manure salesman.
Yeah, well, sometimes you just gotta throw shit at the wall and, you gotta just see what sticks. Sometimes you gotta rake through the muck. Find that good shit.
Right.
Bonk, odd or even?
Odd.
Okay. Brew, odd or even?
Even.
Pylos, odd or even?
Neutral.
The side of the coin!
Decline to state.
Even. No, odd. No. Odd.
Okay. God damn it.
There was an even amount of odd selections and an odd amount of even selections, so that way it's easier to remember.
Yep, nailed it.
Well, no one asked Alandra odd or even.
Alandra, odd or even?
Marshall.
Got him.
Yeah, I got both. Yeah.
What's my thingy thing? Great. You guys are walking along, doing some talking, doing some thinking, and I think it's gonna be yes. Leon, go ahead and make me a cognition. It is hearing based.
Would fucking love to. It's music to my ears. That is a 12.
You think you hear a crash far up ahead of you. You think maybe the cart just bailed out.
Hey, so how big of a were you watching the cart? Would you say it was have a lot of turns?
I've never been in these mine shafts, and I haven't seen the cart since we chased off the horses.
But you guys are following the light though.
Yeah, we're following the one track. I mean, it doesn't have any shoot-offs.
Look, well, just get ready. I think the cart just bailed.
You can see kind of Claude like do a judgment of like rifle, pickaxe, rifle, pickaxe, and I holster the rifle and I've got the pickaxe.
Here we go.
Oh, we are getting a raid! Yo, Fiora. Yeah. Fiora, the tank girl. Fiora? Thank you for the raid.
Fiora?
Fiora? That's what I said. Thank you for the raid. Guys, okay. Can we get a shout out? Please make a random person's day. You've made 4 random people's days. Plus everybody else in chat. Thank you for the raid. Oh, he pronounced it right. Let's go. Guys, if you have not dropped a follow to Fiora the Tank Girl's channel, take 5 seconds Saturday, give them a follow. Give us, what were you guys playing? Just give us the Reader's Digest. Like I said, we don't do the front page of Reader's Digest. We want the middle of Reader's Digest. What were you up to? But guys, welcome to the Torpid Gaming Network. We are live 5 days a week. We are a variety channel. Today is Tuesday. We are playing a tabletop RPG. It is the Weird Wild West of Deadlands. You can do exclamation mark, what the fuck is this? Exclamation mark system. Learn a little bit about it. But thank you for bringing your community in
Pony
here.
Chick, thank you for the follow. Welcome to TGM.
We appreciate you guys.
Basically, D&D Hogwarts. Fucking
nice.
Ooh.
We should do that next.
My hand slipped.
All right.
D&D with THC. Thank you for the follow. Sounds like a freaking good time.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we are doing a Weird Wild West alternate reality United States Civil War era, where we are traveling west. We are about to see if our employer is actually a possessed demon from the other side. We don't know. We sent her on a minecart, and
or werewolf, vampire, or something. It's fine.
She's definitely not normal. Y'all have at least clocked that much.
Yeah, she drank like an entire jar of whiskey.
That was, of all the things, that was the takeaway.
It wasn't the jar of meat that concerned me. She just doesn't look like she can hold her alcohol. She's very small, comparatively.
It's because you're 6'6" and weigh 300 pounds or whatever it is, and it's all muscle.
Everybody's small to you.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Leon has just informed you that he thinks he might have heard the minecart bail, and Claude has determined that he will keep his pickaxe in hand and save the rifle for later.
I'm keeping my revolver.
Cool. Do you guys want to like continue at a steady pace? Do you want to run ahead?
I'm moving as fast as I can move without actually breaking into a run. Like, I'm basically speed walking.
Speed walking. Okay.
I'm
I
very
have-
interested in this.
That's fine. I figured you would be. It's the one thing I was counting on for the party
Yeah.
not splitting up.
I'm gonna try to keep my pace, the slightly slower pace, and I'll go ahead and just let Leon know, hey, we're gonna get there when we get there. She made it sound like the sooner we cross paths with her, the more danger it is to us.
Well, yeah, but it also maybe kind of sounded like she was trying to keep something from us, and I really learned all that I fucking can about this, so, yeah.
That's finally when Julio says, have either of you ever heard of the Herod twins of Texas?
I've heard of Texas.
Yeah,
Do
Texas
you know what it is
is
to be Herod?
That's like when the tree doesn't have anything in the middle, right?
Well, my friend Leon, it seems that you are closer than our friend Claude.
My
See-
hand slipped. My
Red
hand
Dibble.
slipped.
Thank you for the follow.
And a pinch of the
Welcome
follow
to the Torpid
button.
Gaming Network.
You see, the Herod twins of Texas were a pair of wealthy twins in Texas who other hunters of the weird, you might say, have written chaptered stories about. To be Herod is to be possessed by a demon from the other side. But the reason that Senora Constance would have us shoot the limbs before anything else is because the only way to kill the Herod is to kill its host by shooting it in the brain.
Well, if that tracks, and if
Or
our
so says the writing of the other men in black.
fair, but you know, I've found it at all of my jobs. It is frowned upon to shoot your boss in the brain.
That's when Julio finally pulls out his gun and he says, "Well, in my line of work, sometimes that is just what happens." And he starts to pick up his brisk walk.
Well, wait, Julio, wait. Don't. Can't we just contain it?
Yes,
I'll tell
by
you
shooting
all
off the limbs.
Yeah. Wait, yeah. So we're not gonna shoot. We're not gonna shoot her, right? I mean, her brain.
Julio finally just turns and looks at him and goes, and then keeps walking. It's like a fucking straight nod of one of us is gonna do what it takes to survive. If it's gonna be you, it's gonna be you. If it's gonna be me, it's gonna be me. If it's gonna be Claude, it's gonna be Claude.
And he
just kind of, but when he says all of that in a nod, just
as we're walking up, Leon is coming up on your left side and then going back around to your right side, just being wait, so how many of these have you seen? What happens if you shoot the brain? Can you kill the host? Can you do this? And if you don't kill the host, does the person live? Can you take out the Herod but not the host? And that's he's just spouting off all these questions as we're walking up.
So eventually Julio pulls the book that he's been jotting notes in out of his vest, and he flips to a page that's just titled Herod, and he hands it to him, and it's 2 blank pages, but at the top of the first page it just says Herod, yet to be seen.
Nice.
Just the book is full of all the things that Julio has seen, having hunted the weird in various times, accidentally and intentionally. But the Herod is one thing that he's only ever heard of, but he knows to be true.
And I grab it and I just quickly draw a stick figure woman just holding a mason jar and hand it back to him.
God damn it.
That's a start. And he closes it and puts it back in the vest.
Worst road trip ever.
You mean best?
Can everybody... Ooh, this will be fun. Okay.
Roll initiative.
You mean draw initiative? This is Deadlands, bro.
You do.
You have to
Got
roll
him.
to draw.
I
Hurrah.
need everybody to
Clap your hands.
roll. Very good. Recreating one of my favorite OG clips from back in the day when I first
Oh.
joined.
Woo!
I need everybody to roll me vigor.
I'm not good at
Oh, I
vigor.
don't like the sound of that at all.
Yeah.
Happily.
Yeah, I need you all to roll me vigor
Ooh.
as a.
No!
Did you bust?
Yeah, he did.
Oh shit!
311. Leon.
I'm gonna die!
You're not
I
gonna
mean-
die. You're just gonna be in a lot of pain for a really long time, up
That's
until
a-
your life ends.
That's a bust.
Yes, you might die. I just didn't think it was gonna be from this. I thought it was gonna be from the next thing that happens. Cool. Well, Claude and Claude and Julio. I've got everybody's names are written in differently in different spots. So I apologize. Yeah, Claude. So what happens is you guys are trotting along. You're following along. Leon is just like 5-year-old question peppering for Julio, and suddenly you just get this god's awful like quash of stench that just kind of rolls over you. This is like like you guys have. There's been a decent amount of like rotten meat smells that have been occurring in your lives in the last 3 hours. This is like that on steroids. This is like walking into the slaughterhouse after everything's been sitting in the sun for weeks, and it just like washes over you. Claude and Julio, you manage to kind of like, oh god, like catch your breath and whatever, and it's everywhere. You can't get it out of your nostrils, but you do manage to like kind of keep it in. Leon, you just lose it, or like you start just like you feel all the whiskey and anything that you didn't really eat because you guys didn't really stop for dinner. It just all starts washing out, and it's just this acidic bile, and you just can't stop it. You just down, losing everything
Vomit,
in your stomach.
puking. Yep. Oh yeah, 100%.
And given that was a bust, and you have bad luck, it's you're starting to wonder if you're tasting blood in your own vomit because you just can't stop. It's like this is bad. This is so horrifically bad.
Do I take wind for this?
You will. There's also something else that will.
Damn it. Okay.
Affect you.
I was just trying to
the smell.
I was just trying to maybe you would forget about that. Okay.
No. Well, there is another effect that is going to occur if something else happens as a result of this, but we're not there yet. Yeah, you're gonna lose just 1 wind
Great.
because I rolled low. Yeah. So you guys are just like awash in this just like horrific stench. That is hitting you from further down the tunnel.
Yep. And Leon is on the ground puking his fucking guts out.
Yep.
Yeah, Julio will walk over to him and go, "Wait, yeah." Julio walk over and just, "Are you okay? What is happening to you?"
Look, I don't fucking. And he just is not paying attention.
Okay, and Julio like sort of pushes him towards like the nearest wall and kind of sits him down, and then turns to Claude and goes, "What just happened? Did you feel anything?"
You not smell it?
Yeah, you guys can definitely. This smell is.
We can smell it. It's just not affecting us the same way.
Yes, you saved.
Oh, fuck.
He
Okay.
failed the save, is what this is.
Got it.
In a
This is
bad
the
way.
equivalent. Yes. This is the equivalent of he got a crit fail on a con save and you guys both passed. So you guys smell
in
it
that
like
case, then
it.
Julio,
Yeah, no.
like,
Yeah,
Julio
no,
like
it's
maybe
good.
takes out like a handkerchief or something and puts it around his
Oh
nose.
yeah,
and goes,
totally.
We have to find the source of the smell. Keep walking.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and pull out my like white handkerchief and just go ahead and tie it around my face, up over the nose. Give it a little bit of a something.
Deadlands, COVID approved.
Wear your mask.
And then a pickaxe ready. I'll start making my way forward a little cautiously. Yeah, I think our best bet is I might be able to just clip this maybe through her ankle and pin her to the ground if she's restless. At least that's what I'm going to go for.
Julio is still definitely holding his gun in hand, like, well, hopefully one of us doesn't miss.
Cool. You guys continue to proceed forward. Leon, I'll say that you will be able to like finish losing it and get up and sort of weakly follow them. You're just going to be some distance behind.
Cool. Perfect.
So
Definitely weak need. I'm shaky now.
Probably like hand against the wall. Like that was rough. You feel hurt by that.
Wiping
and it
vomit
still
off
smells.
of my gun. Yeah.
Yeah. And the smell is still just everywhere. Like you don't know what this is, but it is bad.
Oh yeah.
And you guys sort of approach, you two in the front approach and kind of come to a point where like things sort of curve, and you can see that there's like a curve and then another very sharp curve. You're like, that might explain why the cart failed.
Can I hear horses?
You hear something as you get closer. It definitely, there's something horsey to it, but in a like screaming sort of way that then stops abruptly, and there's a lot of like wet slurping sounds. There's some sounds that sound like if you've ever like popping the drumstick off the turkey, like that like sharp bone crack noise.
Yes.
It's a
Naturally.
cacophony of unpleasantness happening up ahead. And you can see as you like think it's like an S, like you approach and there's the curve and then there's another sharp curve. So as you approach the first sharp curve and you can see the second, you can see that there's some light from the other edge of the tunnel. Not a lot, but like there's a distinctive glow.
In a hushed whisper, hey, maybe we can just wait it out if we slink to the shadows. And I'll go ahead and just start like getting up against the wall and like try to like creepily stealth like up around the corner to get some eyesight on what the hell's happening around the corner. But I would prefer not to just traipse on in and be like, oh, is someone eating a horse over here?
I don't know why you would want to do that.
Two?
You are the only person technically who had dinner tonight, so that's fair.
I'm not hungry. I know what those sounds are. I had the roast chicken.
Could you please go ahead and make me a sneak roll?
Absolutely. I have 1 point in it, like everyone else.
Hooray!
You start with 1 in the skill, I think.
Yes.
No. Oh,
Where did
shit,
it go?
No. Oh, you do.
Haha,
Yes.
I knew it. I just
That's
can't
one of
remember where it is.
That's just one of your like default
It's under
like,
nimbleness.
achievement traits. It's under nimbleness.
Yep, there it is. Hiya!
Wow, you rolled worse than I did.
What did you get?
On 1 die, I got a 1. I don't have bad luck, but I'm big.
But that is a bust. Yeah.
It's still a bust. I don't have bad luck. It's still a bust.
Okay. Well, this is gonna.
Man, I even rolled a D12. That's
not good, dude.
not likely. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm double checking to see. Yep. You kind of peep around this around this edge, and you see the overturned minecart, like kind of smashed up against one of the walls where it clearly like derailed and like slammed into something. You see a lot of blood and viscera strewn about. And you see 3, like, just, like, shriveled looking corpse people, maybe? Just, like, digging into the one horse that you still see semi-intact in the glow of the lanterns.
I see 3 of these figures.
You see 3 of them. They look like, it's like if you, like, shrink wrapped all the skin directly against the skeleton. They're dead pale, little chunks of wispy, stringy hair, and they are just, like, digging into this horse. And as soon as you kind of peep around, one of them just looks up and just looks at you.
No red hair on any of these ones?
Nope.
Great.
Nope.
Welcome.
And you and Julio, who are right behind you, we get to now draw into initiative.
Fuck.
That's a quickness roll?
Yes. So, we have not actually done proper combat in this game yet, because the combat mechanics are very complicated for Deadlands. So we're just gonna see if we can remember how to do this when we finally get into a terrifying fight with these horrible things. I have to find
We
my
need to roll
quickness.
to draw.
So I got an 11 on my quickness, which I believe gets me 2 extra cards.
Correct.
I got a 1.
Great, you will get 1 card.
Do I get to roll this yet, or no? Do I get to roll for this round?
You do not get to roll in this round because you are so far behind them that you lose actions as a result of your bad luck and your failed save.
I'm still puking.
You are very far behind them. It's gonna take you at least 1 round, possibly 2, to get up to this fight. You're
good luck,
definitely
boys.
you're definitely gonna hear it popping off.
Great.
Sorry, I have to find my deck because I have to pull from both decks because I'm controlling everybody.
It's fine. Oh, I didn't hit the draw button. Got my 3. Ugh. Okay, that's a spread.
And what is your quickness?
My quickness is...
No. Sorry, I was talking about...
Ah,
I was trying to
talking
look up-
aloud. the
It's a
inner
rhetorical
monologue.
question, Bonk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fortunately, yep, that's what I thought. You are not quick.
Ah. Oh,
It's
I
fine.
hate it.
It's fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. We're just gonna do it that way. Great. All right. So, for those of you watching at home, unlike in D&D where you do numerical initiative, in Deadlands you do a initiative by drawing playing cards. Every round of action, we count down from aces to deuces. And if you have that card in your hand, you get to take an action on that round. At the end of each round, then we roll quickness again, see how many actions you get, and we start the whole thing over.
I literally could not have rolled worse both times. Like, I rolled poorly and drew poorly.
I should look and see what you guys have, because I could just
You
look
really
at
shouldn't. You should just not do that at all.
False.
Oh, interesting. I can't see yours, Nestor. It won't let me.
That's good. Forget it. I rolled an ace.
I got 3 aces on my 1 draw. I hit
Weird.
Yahtzee.
I don't know why it's not showing
You got to
it to
get
me, which
5.
is disappointing, because I should be able to see everything, because I'm in charge. Okay, so, ace, king, queen, jack.
Jack. I got a
Jack.
Jack of Hearts.
Excellent. What would you like to do?
This thing that saw me, how close is it from around the corner?
It is very close. It is probably, like, oh god, what would it be? Like 25, 30 feet away, max.
Got it. duh, 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 duh. I'm definitely forgetting how actions work in here. I don't want to just go charging in because that seems like a fool's errand. I forget. Is there the possibility of readying an action or like stowing my card?
There's a whole thing where you can
Ace up the
what
sleeve.
is it? You can put a card up your sleeve to save for later. That I would have to go in and look up. It's in combat. The other thing is you can essentially do like a readied action or a prepared action to negate other, like if you want to do a called shot, but you don't want to take the negative modifier on that, you could declare your shot and say I'm aiming for this action, and then take the shot on the next turn, and it would help negate.
Fair. Yeah, I guess with this action, then I will just go ahead and try to draw my rifle and aim. I don't know if that's can all be one action or not.
I will let you draw and aim as a single action.
Yeah. I will draw and aim at the one who spotted me.
Great. Do you want to call your shot, or are you just aiming generally at it?
Aiming generally at it. Actually, knowing that I need to hit it at the head. No, I'm just gonna aim generally. I'm not gonna call my shot.
Okay.
I'm a good shot. I'm not a shot that's like, I'm gonna hit it in the eyeball.
Cool. Cool. That is your round. So we are now on 10.
10.
Also you. Great.
Yep. I'm gonna take that shot.
Cool. Yeah.
Um,
me.
Shooting.
Shoot.
And then with aiming, is that just a plus to it, or? I got a 6 for my rolling to hit.
Great. We're gonna call that an 8 because you took time to aim, and I'm just making up rules on the fly because I don't feel like reading 200 pages of combat rules to look up if I'm doing it
It's
correctly.
only 130.
It's easier than D&D, okay? It said it in the beginning.
I was about to say, which rules are you reading?
It says that it's easier than D&D at the beginning of the combat section. How do you not get it?
It's not, guys. It's a very fun system. It is not easier than D&D. That's why
If you don't
avoiding
know
combat.
D&D, it's easier because then you know nothing.
Great. Cool.
Great.
Great.
So that
roll.
is my rifle. It is my Winchester 76. That does 48 plus 2 damage.
Yep, as I say, you
which
did hit it, so...
Is going to be 16 points of damage. And let me see where it hits. A location.
Mm-hmm.
13, so that's going to be the right arm.
Ooh, I like that it calls it out for you, so you don't even have to look it up.
Oh, does it? That's very nice.
Yeah,
it's
totally.
got it right next to it.
It totally
Roll
says.
Oh,
20.
excellent. Yeah. Sorry, I had toggled to a different window because I needed to look up something else. Great. So this one, 13 damage in the right arm. The one thing
16
that I...
damage.
16
in the
damage.
right arm.
Sorry, you're correct. I do not have a good track on this thing of how much damage this thing can actually sustain.
If its size is that of a human, its size would be 6, so it would take 2 levels of wounds.
Great.
At 5 levels of wounds, something is pretty much either dead or completely destroyed.
Right.
But for now, it has a -2 on everything, unless it has something special. And then I think the other part of damage is it takes a d6 of wind for every wound it took, or something like that.
That part I have here. There it is. I needed to find. I think. Great. Okay. Yep. Yeah. You hit it. You just like blow a chunk of its arm. You kind of basically blow part of its arm off because it's essentially like a skinned skeleton that you're looking at. So it just kind of like yeah, it just kind of like blasts a good chunk of the arm off, and this thing just makes sort of a like sound, and the other two turn and look in the direction that the shot came from. That was a 10, 9, 8. That's me. It's my bullshit, guys.
It's the horses coming back for their friend.
The horses are never coming back, homie. They're dead. They're very dead.
But I paid such good money for them.
Glad it wasn't yours.
Yeah.
I was like,
for
you didn't pay
real.
shit.
Man, most expensive meal any of us are going to consume right now, though.
These things are going to come running at you and try to attack you. God, this is so hard to read in the format it is, and I should have reformatted it, but I didn't, because honestly, I didn't think you were going to be fighting these things this week.
It's fine.
It's cool. That guy is going to... It's also really helpful that I have all of your stats in front of me, so I can just check my hits and my misses. Yep. The injured one is going to stay where he is. The other two are going to start running at you. One of them is going to hit you with its claws.
Yeah, I would like to burn my next card and try to dodge. I guess if it hits. You did say it hit. Yes, I would like to try to dodge. I vaguely remember how to do this.
Yeah. I think that's just going to be a contested roll.
Yeah, it's a contested roll of if I can roll higher than whatever he rolled, I will be missed. No matter what, I burn my next card, which is the 2 of spades.
Great. Yeah, go ahead and roll your dodge.
Give me that dodge roll. Why is it not on the combat tab?
That
so
is very
disappointing.
weird. It should be.
Dodge. Haha. I got an 8.
Yep. You are successfully able to dodge.
Yeah, so I'll just throw myself back around that corner as they probably dive at me.
Yeah. Let me check. That was my 8. All of my guys are moving on the same card to make my life easier. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3 is my next action.
Sorry, Julio.
I was like, I feel like he's got a 2, but maybe we'll get lucky, and he'll be moving at the same time on a 3. Cool. That is my next action. Where is my tab? My thing. Yeah.
Yikes.
Yep.
Are you dead? Are you dead?
No.
18? That's a hell of a lot of damage.
It's only...
That's 2 aces.
Well, lucky for you, this is a pistol shot to the one that just tried to bite Claude.
Oh, great.
Aha! Teammate.
Coming out of...
Not lucky for me. I'm not even in the fight yet.
Yeah, the one that was trying to bite Claude suddenly goes down as you hear a pistol shot ring out and take out its ankle. It trips. Sorry, I'm rolling my damage locations off screen to
No
preserve
worries.
some sense of mystery, since I just terrified you guys into thinking that I murdered a PC.
I would have only taken 2 wounds of damage from it. We're fine.
Cool. Julio, it is now your turn.
Is that so?
We assume. Do you have a 2?
You have a 2?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay. So what's in front of me? One of them just attacked at Claude, right? And didn't make a successful attack.
Yeah, Claude was able to dodge it. So essentially, you guys, what I'm guessing is, I'm assuming you haven't come fully around to the second curve to see like the minecart and the horses yet. So what you see is Claude like jumps back, and then you just see this like weird skeletal creature like fall forward, making this horrible like sound as its ankle gets shot out from under it.
Okay. What I really want to do is run up and just like kick it. Like kick it in the like ribs as it's fallen over, and like kick it so that I can like take a step into the corner and see the rest of the image.
That is a weird choice, but I will allow it. I guess make a brawl and check for me, since you're just gonna try to, like, biff this dude.
Punt him.
Where's Brawlin?
Under nimbleness.
Under nimbleness,
It's a subcategory
it's-
under fighting.
Yes.
Oh, I don't have that.
I think you.
I can just make you a nimbleness roll.
It should be a fight and roll because you are attempting to do damage.
Okay, well, I didn't have any points in Brawlin, so fuck it. Here we go.
Yippee kayak, mother buckets.
3.
And it's already with the -4. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not gonna do it.
Okay. So I like.
But you are
I'm
able. I
po-
mean, you are able to like get to the other side of it, so you're now tucked in the corner, looking down the tunnel. And you see the overturned minecart that is kind of smashed up into the wall a little bit. It's like on its side. There's just a little bit of lantern light left, giving some glow. You see this dead, eviscerated horse that's been torn apart, and you see 2 more of these creepy skeletal things standing there. One of them is missing a good chunk of his arm, and the other one looks like it was coming up right behind the one that you just, I don't know, gracefully jumped over but failed to kick.
Okay. And then I'll turn and look at Claude and go, oh, that could have gone better. And I will, that's how I'll end my turn. I mean, like, I want to say that Julio really, like, tries to take aim, but I can't. In game, I can't do that, so.
Yeah, you don't have another action for it. Wow, my deck settings are kind of fucked up. I might have to do this next round manually for myself, because it's goofed up. All right, go ahead and put your cards face down on the table. And roll draw or roll quickness to find out how many more you draw for.
Am I in this round? I'm running fast. I'm moving as fast as I possibly can.
I'm double checking how many actions you lost from my roll. I will let you join this round.
Yay!
So we all got under 5, so we
That's
only
just
get
one.
one card.
Yep.
Yep.
One for
Oh.
everybody.
Fuck, I rolled 2 accidentally. Do I take the high or low one?
The first one.
Take the first one.
Brew
Did you roll
player
two? I
shit.
only see one.
No.
No, I rolled a 2, but I drew 2 cards accidentally.
Oh, got it. I was just saying, then pick. I don't care.
Oh, I took the first one, which was
Okay. Cool. Let me roll your Patriot. Excellent. Great. Oh, this will be a fun round. Cool.
I don't want it.
Don't want it. First action is one of mine.
Is it safe to say that you have an ace? The
It
ace of
is.
spades, even? The ace of spades.
The ace of spades.
The
ace
of spades!
Yep. See if I can actually. This is weird. Nestor, for whatever reason, it's not letting me look at your cards. I can only look at everybody else's. So you're on the honor system, buddy.
Don't worry, I am
He's
not.
like, I also
dishonorable.
have the ace of spades. Kidding.
No.
It would be possible
playing-
she's pulling from a different deck.
I know.
Yes,
I
I
know.
have
I'm
my own
playing. I'm playing Ghost of Tsushima, so I'm honorable.
That is true. I just.
Have you gotten that far in the code yet?
The funny part about it is that I got to the part where he breaks his code. So like,
Oh,
No more spoilers.
Dikaroni
He chose to do it.
and beans. This might do it for this guy.
Get wrecked, guy.
Oh shit, yeah. Another pistol shot. So Julio, because of where you are, and you can see this, you are able to see from behind the overturned minecart. Like basically from like inside of it, which the top is up near the wall. You are able to see Constance just like pop. It's almost so fast you miss it. She like pops up, aims, shoots into the one that went down in front of Claude, like gets him like straight to the back, and then just drops right back down. As she did some real bad damage to that guy in
Yes, she
his
did.
guts. She did this. The one that is prone in front of Claude looks like it's going down fast. Like it's not going to take much to take care of that one. It is now. So that was Ace, King, Queen, Jack.
Jack. He's got the jack.
Cool. Yeah, you somehow miraculously managed to catch up to these guys.
Yeah, and I want to size up the situation from how far I can get. Can I see the other two that are still up?
You see. Do you want to run all the way into this tunnel? Essentially, like, do you what?
I want to get as like far as like the furthest back person that is in our party is. So I guess that would be Claude.
Yeah. So basically, what happens is you like come around the corner, and what you see is this very short little stretch before it turns again. Claude is right at the beginning of the turn with this ghoulish thing on the ground in front of him, and Leon is on the other side of that thing with his back at the corner, like looking down the tunnel.
Is that Constance?
No.
No! You hear from down the tunnel.
Great, and I'm gonna take two shots at it. I have a quick draw holster for this gun, so I believe that makes it so I don't have to pull it out as an action.
Correct. Which gun are you using?
My Colt Thunderer.
Okay, so that does have a rate of fire of 2.
Yes, and I can take so I can pop off 2 shots.
Cool.
Give you 2 shooting rolls.
Yes. No, I was just double checking what I mapped it for you. You would be able to see there's the one that's prone on the ground. I think you would probably actually be able to see that the other one is just starting to come around the corner. So there's
Gotcha.
one upright and
So
one on the ground.
I want to take my first shot at the one on the ground that looks alive but not dead yet.
But not by I mean, it doesn't really look alive. It looks like a skeleton. But yes.
But mechanically, would I be able to tell that it's alive and killable?
It's screaming, so yes. It's
Great,
making
perfect.
horrible, like,
fuck this thing. That sounds awful. I want to make it
gonna
stop.
keep making the worst
shooting
noises
pistol.
possible for you guys.
God, could have been better.
That's not gonna do anything to it.
I'm gonna use a white chip, so I get to add another D6 to that.
Okay. Probably a good choice.
Ooh, that's not good. I'm gonna use another white chip. I think I can keep using white chips.
You can. I don't know that you want to.
What is the
Right,
what is the
that brings it up to
repercussion?
an 8, right? That should be fine.
That's an
No.
8, which will hit it.
The white chips, I don't believe you add them. Give the character, you spend 1 extra die per chip. You don't. Red chips is you add it.
Oh, that's
White-
right. You can
Got
roll
it.
it
Yeah,
instead
correct.
to try and get a
Yes.
higher number.
It's a
Yes.
But it's
reroll.
not
Okay.
additive. It's to
Yeah,
see
it's
if you roll
basically
higher.
is that instead of rolling a 4d6, I'm basically rolling a 5d6.
Gotcha.
But I can
Okay.
keep rolling
yes.
my white chips if I want to, and I have a big
Yeah.
surplus of them.
Yeah, if you want to just burn those, go for it.
I'm gonna burn it because I want to finally hit a fucking shot. Okay, like
But we know you can't.
You've only fired your gun once this whole game so far until now.
and I missed badly. Okay,
Again,
nope. I'm not doing another chip. I'm just gonna take my second shot at it.
Cool.
I'm gonna roll. There, 11. I did it.
Yep, that'll do.
that'll do. That'll
Cool.
do.
Because I have to ace one of my dice to actually hit. Period.
Yeah, that is in fact a thing that you have to do.
Yeah, I know.
Cool. Go ahead and give me your damage roll and your wound roll to find out.
Okay, damage is 7, and my wound is that's location, right?
I believe so, yes.
Location is the gizzards.
Great. Let me double check. I think that might do this guy.
Well, if it's still a human, it would deal an extra damage roll.
Yeah, that's what I was double checking. This thing stopped screaming.
Which one was this? The one that fell in front of me?
Yes, this is the prone one. So there's one more standing that's coming at you, and then there's the one that originally spotted you that hasn't moved forward yet. But you know is around
Great.
the corner.
First kill.
I seens it.
Everything's coming up, Leon.
Oh boy. Sorry, that was on Jack. So Jack, 10, 9, 8, 7.
8.
Great, it's your turn. You see one standing over the horse. It's just a little bit past where Constance is. And then the one that is almost right on top of you guys, like almost right in front of you.
I will take aim at the one that's almost right in front of us and hope that Constance gets the other one.
Great.
And I am
She
taking
probably
aim with my Derringer.
Yep.
So I only have 2 shots, but
Make them
okay.
count.
Yeah, make him hit before you have to reload.
11. Do I have to roll once per shot, or just
Yes.
Yes.
11 and 12?
This
Was
man's
that your shoot?
cracked.
Was that your shooting roll or your
No,
damage?
that's damage.
Roll?
Oh, that's damage.
That's damage. Oh shit, you're totally right. My bad.
Fine.
I was
we'll
like,
totally let
damn,
it
dude,
for
you're
me.
rolling hot fire.
Yeah, I was supposed to be like you're rolling at Constance levels, which is weird because I don't think your stats are as good as hers in shooting.
No. 6.
Six will hit.
Okay, can I just keep my previous damage rolls? Or
I
you want me to reroll?
will let you keep the previous damage.
Okay,
rolls.
cool. So what else do you need? Oh, you need a location, right?
Yes, please give me a
Lower guts.
Lower guts.
Gross.
Nice.
Yeah, you hit it and like blast out a chunk of where its stomach would be. You see blood and viscera start like gushing out of its side because it just ate.
What did it eat?
Horse tartar.
Oh, that's right.
The most expensive meal you've ever bought for anybody.
This wasn't even the thing that I thought I was gonna have to give a gross warning on that might happen. So cool. That was an 8. And it looks like Mark and I both have 4s. So
That's
we're gonna
true.
go at the same time.
Who am I going the same time as?
The skeletal ghoul things.
Sick.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Constance drew the good card that round.
No, you're good. I'm just.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna try and shoot the one that's like closer to me, and yeah, that's what I'm doing with my card. No defensive action this time around.
Yep, you're gonna try to shoot it as it is going to try to lunge at you to bite you.
Hate it.
I love it.
If it's lunging at me, do I happen to get point blank advantage?
No, because it's happening at the same time.
Yeah, because it's moving.
Because it's moving. So
Bleh.
your point blank would be negated by motion, unfortunately.
Ugh. All right.
Easier than D&D combat, guys.
Yeah, man. The numbers are lower.
Yeah. God, I read this section so many times to make sure I was prepared for this, and I still can't remember how any of it works. Don't worry, it's fine. I just have to double check my modifiers. Great. That sucks. It's gonna get you, I'm pretty sure.
Great. I rolled a 5 to hit, which I'm not sure if that's exactly what I need or just under what I need.
Just under what you need.
Yeah, I was like,
Sick.
if he hits and I didn't, I'm riding.
I just like
We're
him
fine.
better, so yeah, it hits.
I mean,
not unlucky.
we know you do.
No, yeah, you miss. It's gonna get you, fortunately. So that's gonna be, what has it got? It's strength. Well, at least it kind of rolled bad on damage. 9. Math. That is. That hits you for 18, so I believe that's gonna be 3 levels.
That is only going to be 2 because I'm a big boy,
Oh,
so
'cause
my
you're
size
beefy.
is 7.
That's
so that'll
right.
be 2 wound
That'll be
levels.
2.
Where are they being applied to me?
They are being applied to you. It's going for like just your side. It's a lower guts, so it's just
Great.
gonna like bite into you. But also, I need you to make me a vigor roll.
Now, why on earth would you need that from this thing that smells like rotting flesh? That doesn't make any sense.
Technically, just go ahead. And give it.
7 for my vigor.
Unfortunately, that is going to miss. You have been poisoned by this ghoul.
Dope.
So you are now basically under stunned conditions as though you have a heavy wound.
Oh, I hate that.
Yikes.
Uh-huh.
This just went from great to awful
Yeah, real quick.
very quickly. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Right. Oh, how much wind do I take from getting hit? 2d6? 3d6? Because you automatically take 1, and then you take 1 for each wound, and I took 2 wounds.
Yes. So yeah.
So how much wind do I take in case I pass out?
Oh, please don't pass out.
If you roll max, I'll pass out.
I'll catch
Sorry, I have to make sure I have the right size dice for this. 3d6. That's 11.
Dope. I'm still up.
I'm very glad.
I would be passed out if I took 11 wind.
It's because you keep losing wind doing dumb things before you get into fights.
I mean, I was also at half wind when today started.
That's true.
Everything's fine.
Everything's fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. That, I believe, was the end of the round. So, everybody roll your quickness!
I would like to... Okay. I would like to look up what stun does real quick.
Yes. Please do. Leon, you get 1 card.
Yep,
Nestor,
noted.
No matter what I'm going to do, I'm going to burn one of my white chips to relieve one of my wound levels.
I don't think you can relieve wound levels unless you have supernatural aid. I believe you can only relieve wind. It specifically says in the combat rules.
Like during combat, yeah.
Like at all, unless you have someone with
white
supernatural
chip
healing.
Wounds 1 wound or 5 wind. For burning a chip?
Yeah, burning a chip, yes.
Right, but I think in combat, it has to be with supernatural aid.
Cool. No worries then. I will wait until I'm out of combat.
Which you have, but it's shooting things right now.
Yeah, me. I'm the best. Where the hell is stunned? Like, do I even get a card this turn if I'm stunned?
I think you just lose your round.
I think so too.
I'm pretty sure that's what it is, if I remember from when I looked it up earlier.
Cool.
Cool. And each of you guys gets 1 card. Let me check for my others. Great. This is gonna be a fun round, gang. Oh god.
Bonk, it's page 139 if you want to read up. Done.
Yep, I've just found it as soon as you told me the page number.
Cool. Do you want me to give you a second to confirm if you lose your turn or not?
I can't do anything besides limp a few yards and cry like a baby until he makes a recovery check. So at the end of the round, I will try to make a recovery check.
Cool. I hope you make it there because it is the ghoul's turn first, and this one's going to try to attack you again.
No worries.
I have 3d8. I can just never find the third one because it blends into my table. Yep, that's gonna... Yep. You're gonna get bitten again.
Great.
Nom nom nom.
No, and I thought I was going to be the first PC to die.
Haha, you're
I
always a
mean-
loser.
Oh,
I
good.
can't win anything.
I did it.
It's only gonna do 1 level of wounds, it looks like.
Yeah, my size is 7.
Well, it's got modifiers, so I'm making sure I rolled all the correct things. Nope, it's gonna do 2.
Great. Where is it doing 2 wounds to?
It is doing 2 wounds, 2. I think your guts again, but let me double check. Yeah, just bites down again in the same spot.
Sick. Then that puts me at critical for my guts. So if I take 1 more wound to that, I am eviscerated and I am dead.
Awesome sauce.
Oh god, characters are so squishy.
Yeah, they
Nope.
are. We're
It's
just
gross.
like people.
It's
I
gross
know.
playing humans. Yeah, you also lose 8 wind. Are you unconscious yet?
I think maybe I will be. 8 wind puts me at 19 wind. My max wind is 16, so yes, I fall unconscious too.
Awesome.
Let's get some F's in the chat for Claude and his unconsciousness, please.
Unless
holy
I can
shit.
spend a wind, or I can spend a chip to get back 5 immediately. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that you can do in combat if
So
you would
that-
like to stay awake.
I would like to stay awake. I will
Oh.
spend a white chip. I go down to 14, so I am barely conscious.
Everyone take back your F's.
I'm still critically wounded in
You're
my
not dead yet?
torso. I just have a -4 to everything.
And you guys lucked out because the other ghoul is going to run over to the minecart and start trying, like, climb up on top and start trying to, like, crawl down to this crevice to get Constance. So, lucky, I guess, for you guys. That was on aces, kings, queens.
Wait. I still need to draw.
Damn it.
Oh wait,
You didn't. You never said draw. Sorry.
Yes, I did. You rolled your quickness, and I said, you get one, and
okay.
then we determined
Okay.
Mark was stunned.
I'm good. I didn't have any of those.
I'm a jack.
Great. You and Constance get to go at the same time.
Okay,
So-
I intend to fire my other gun, my Colt Army, at, and I do have a quick draw holster for this, at the ghoul.
Great. I assume you're still aiming for the one that was attacking Claude.
Correct.
Great.
Oh, do you need another vigor roll from me?
No. Since you are already stunned, it cannot stun you again.
Got it. Oh, that's also a good point that chat brings up of me going kablooey. You said it was on my lower guts both times?
Yes.
You're
Okay,
killing
cool.
yourself.
No, I definitely have my dynamite up towards like the top part of my chest. So I if it's lower guts, I don't think it would be because that's like below the ribs, and I would definitely have it like on like my breast.
Dynamite
Pocket.
also is not going to explode if this thing bites it, unless this thing's bite is like fire, which it is not.
Is it
felt
fire?
Like teeth.
Yeah, because I think
It's
it does
teeth.
specify when you're attacked, but attacked by like firearms.
Right, because it has
So,
to
yeah.
ignite the powder. This thing cannot ignite the powder. It's
I'm
just
only
making
remembering
horrible screaming
partial
sounds.
rules.
I'm making up half these rules as I go because I just don't want to waste time looking them up, to be perfectly honest.
True that.
So we're
fair.
just gonna house rule it as long as everyone's in agreement.
Yep.
Groovy. Anyway, yes. So Nestor, yes, you hit this
With a 9,
thing. Yes.
and I hit 9 damage, but
Cool.
I rolled a 1 on one of on. Wait, I rolled a 1 on one of my dice, but
That's fine. You did not bust, so it's okay. Go ahead
must
and
be
roll
nice.
me location.
left arm.
Yep, you blow his arm off. I was trying to roll for Constance, and then I got distracted discussing the mechanics of dynamite.
Yeah, no worries.
That was the damage roll. That's not what I needed. Shoot and roll. There we go. Ooh, she missed. This thing's on top
Classic
of her.
Constance.
Yeah, it's fine. She's only like taken down most of this stuff already for you. So,
Oh, I'm counting on her doing good, or else I will die.
that was on the jacks. So, yeah, I guess it's just your turn, Leon.
I have a 7.
Yep. Everybody
Okay.
else has already gone, and Mark doesn't get to go. He just gets to try to not be.
Great.
I get to attempt to recover at the
Yes.
end, which is going to be at a 9, and I have a -4 to that roll.
Yes.
Is there
So you
any
know.
way that I could like give Claude like
No, you're
help
not a
him?
doctor.
I'm not you're not a doctor. Yeah, you're right. I am not a doctor. That is 100% true. Yeah, so I guess I'm just going to
Yeah, like literally, unless someone in this party were a doctor and could like run over and like try to help patch him up, there's nothing you can do for him right now.
how far, so there's 2 left, correct?
Yes, there's one on top of the minecart, like trying to scramble in after Constance, and then there is one that is pretty injured looking. That is the one that is kind of on top of Claude. That
Great. So I'm just going to run up and try and tackle this thing off of Claude and stab it with my dagger.
you guys are just bound and determined to get close to these things. Okay, that's fine. I guess that's a brawling check.
That's a fighting knife, I would say.
Yeah, okay. I guess, yeah, if you're doing it all as one action, then sure.
Yep.
That
The
makes
thing he
sense.
actually wants to do is stab. He wants you to give that it has been tackled off of me.
Or
No,
if-
but that makes sense. Fight is just for
yeah, say if
figuring out the mechanics.
if it is like that's really more for flair. If like pulling it off, like I just want to go up and stab it. I don't want to like mechanically spend an action to pull it off of him. I want to fight it with the knife.
No. That's fine. Let's just see how you do on it.
That's a 5.
Nope.
I'm spending a chip. Okay. That's a D8. I'm gonna roll another D8. What the fuck is wrong with the bot? I'm gonna spend another chip, and I'm gonna roll an actual D8.
Loves skill checks, hates combat, as we've determined in other games on Roll20.
That's a fucking 3. I'm spending my last chip because fuck this. That's a 4. Never mind. Yeah, fuck it. Everything
Yep.
sucks.
I didn't even have to impose bad luck on you. You did that all to yourself, and I'm very proud of you.
Thank you. It's taken a
Did it.
long time for me to like get this good at sucking, but I've done it. All right. Well, yeah. Tell me what happens. I didn't bust or anything, but
No,
yeah,
you run this thing. You try to tackle it, and it like ducks down. So you hilariously like go over it and kind of just land on the ground. You do not accidentally stab yourself. You do not accidentally stab Julio, although you're kind of now in a pile at his feet. That's what happens. Make your vigor. I think it's your vigor roll to try to recover.
Yeah, it's a vigor roll, and I have a critical wound, so the DC would be, or the target number is 11, and I have a -4 on this roll. Holy shit, I got
dude,
an 11.
he aced it.
Oh shit!
Jesus
Nice job.
He
Christ.
actually did it. He got an 11 on that.
And I'm actually that's a 12 because I took the one that I have
Yeah, 'cause-
slightly less reduction, so that should actually be a 12
Yeah.
because I
Okay.
only have a
Wow.
-3.
Okay.
You
Nailed
are
it.
no
Thank you,
longer
Lady Jeb.
stunned. Bless. Congrats, you're back in the fight. You're bad hurt, but you're back in the fight.
So now
no.
quickness rolls, right?
Yes, quickness rolls, please.
And also drawing cards. So if I does my bad luck apply to quickness rolls, or are those initiative?
It actually does, but not
Fuck.
for the reasons you think.
Damn it. Okay.
Um,
Because I rolled a critical fail on my quickness roll.
You biffed it. You have to spend this entire round just recovering from biffing it. Is how that thankfully works out story wise. Yeah. So you're not gonna be able to take an action other than essentially unproning yourself.
I technically got a 5. It says 4, but it doesn't.
Yeah,
It doesn't
accept-
recognize I have a -3 and not a -4. So,
Gotcha.
so I get 2 cards
yes
or 1. Okay.
Uh,
Because I got a 5. Do I have to get higher than a 5, or do I have to hit a 5?
I think
I
it's
remember
for
the-
every 5 you get a card. So like,
essentially.
Yes.
Got it.
yes.
Yeah, I'll give it to you as 2. You get
Dope. I need it.
because I don't want to have to enact my homebrewed avoiding death mechanic, but I will because it's cool.
So I did look up the chips. They don't heal damage. You can heal wind. You can prevent a wound level by spending the chip when it comes in, but you can't use it to heal after it's happened.
Got it. Okay, my apologies. That was
no
my
worries.
mistake.
We
Everything's
unknowingly
fine
scammed you. Sorry.
I'm not worried about it. This is a more thrilling story, and now I get more experience at the end of this all, so it's fine.
That's true. Okay, looks like Claude gets 2 cards, and Leon and Julio each get 1.
I rolled minimum. Do I still get? You said I don't get an
No,
action.
sorry, no. We said that's right. I said you did not get an action because you busted.
Yep.
And under your conditions. Oh, thank God! Constance finally did good enough to get multiple actions. Oh,
Let's
Jesus
go,
fucking Christ! Okay.
That sounds like a Joker poll if I ever heard one. Oh yeah.
I'm trying to get at the angle where you can see. Yes, the ghouls pulled the Joker, which means they can go whenever they want.
Last, dead last. They want to go dead last.
Probably dead last, confirmed.
Well, since Constance pulled an ace, they're going to go on the same turn as Constance to make
I
my
also
life
pulled an
easier.
ace.
You also pulled it.
Everybody
Party!
get an ace.
What?
I pulled the opposite of an ace.
Great. Since everything else that's going
Base?
in the first round, deuce.
Oh,
Ace of hearts.
Nothing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nothing. You pulled nothing.
0. Yep.
You got the ace of hearts, Julio. Is that what you said? That is the second time in this fight that Constance has pulled the identical card to somebody else.
Nice.
Because I pull off of my own deck, and I'm drawing her out of mine instead of yours.
You're meant to be together.
Not as much as me and your sister.
Hey.
No, but actually, it's a
Actual
very
canon.
sweet story.
Yeah.
Yep, but actually, it's true.
Cool. Great. We're just all going to go simultaneously then, because we can do that because I'm controlling everything else that's going in this first turn. So,
Okay.
go ahead and let me know what you want to do.
I 100% will take another shot with my Colt at well, there's only one remaining ghoul, right?
Nope, there's still 2. There's one that's on top of where Constance is that's trying to get to her, and then there's the injured one that is on top of Claude, essentially. Not like
then I will
physically, literally on top of him, but
Right. I will shoot the one at Claude on top of Claude rather.
Yeah.
Oh.
Are you sure? Do you want to shoot at the other one? Are you positive?
so that's yet another 1 that was
That's
rolled.
Snake Eyes on 2d12. That ain't just a 1.
That's the
That's
most
a bust.
bust.
Damn.
Yep. Yep. You miss.
That's it, though. Nothing else. It's
Hey, that means you didn't hit, which means I'm still alive
I mean,
for
it's,
now.
I'm just gonna put it this way. I'm gonna just say that you just wildly missed that shot, as opposed to what would have happened if that had been Leon doing it and busting. Let me see. Your size is a 7, yes, Claude?
Yes, my size is a 7.
Groovy. This thing tries to bite you again and somehow misses.
Yes.
Because it rolled that low on its highest option.
Beautiful.
Oh, okay. Constance relearned how to shoot.
Oh
Yes,
my
she
God.
did. Yes, she
And
did.
amazing damage.
She aced all 3 of those rolls to get a 28 damage.
28 damage.
28 on 3d6.
Yeah.
Yep.
Got him.
Yeah, I mean, with that many wound levels, like, she just straight up blows this thing's head off. Like, you just see, there's this ghoul that's like, oh no, and like, the head just explodes and falls back from, like, below.
Yeah, those are some fat crits in chat.
Yeah. Look, she's got very good stats in her shooting. I can't imagine why. Great. That was everybody's first turn. So that was the ace turn. King, Just tell me what you have, Mark.
10 and a 9.
Great. You get the next 2 actions.
Excellent. There's still one directly in front of me, correct?
Yes, there's a very hurt one that is kind of like. I'm assuming you've kind of gone down to the ground a little bit, maybe, or something.
I've
so
at
you guys are,
least like hunched over and probably propped myself up against like the wall. I hopefully am still standing to a certain degree.
So yeah, this thing is like just right up in your business, trying to get purchased to take another bite at you.
I think it's going to behoove me to take 2 shots at it with both my actions. So
I
yeah,
would say that's probably a good call.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think I want to aim. I think I just want 2 shots.
I will give you do get point blank advantage on both of these shots at this point because you guys are essentially in a grapple.
Yeah, and I believe that gives me a plus 2, 4. I think I just read it and I immediately forgot what point blank actually means.
See, and I thought I put it in the modifiers, but
I keep forgetting about your quick sheet thing, and I think it is in there. No, it's just a bunch of negative modifiers.
Wow, I'm such a douche as a DM, and I didn't give you any of the positives. I only gave you the negatives.
Yeah,
why
would we ever get a positive?
It's because I assumed you guys were going to be doing a lot more attempting to run away from the things, and so I wanted the movement-based ones, not attempting to tackle the Skelegools. Anyway, yeah.
Point blank. It describes what point blank is. It does not tell me what point blank does.
Take it as a +4.
Sick.
Take it as a +4. She's right there.
Yeah, and nowhere in the description does it actually say what it does.
That is so unhelpful.
Right? Oh, point blank. +2. Found it.
Okay.
It's in a chart.
You should have just taken the one I gave you blind, but okay, +2.
No, I have this stupid thing that I want to do things correctly. That would be a 4 after my modifiers. So that first shot is going to be a big old whiff.
Wiggity whiff.
And my second shot is going to be a 3 for another whiff. Because, I'm trying to hold my guts in right now.
You are.
It's
Yep. Cool.
You know what? I'm going to burn a white chip to see if I can get anything higher.
Okay.
Get me one more D8. Wait for it. Roll 1d8.
I believe in you, dude.
-3. I'm just going to roll the 1d8 and do the math, because if it... Oh, nope. That's not how I do it in this system. Guys, did you know typing and stuff is hard?
I did.
No,
it's
it's
hard.
That's another whiff.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah, it's really hard. You're getting that little bit of fuzziness at the edges of your vision. It hurts a lot. Like this is like you've been blown up by dynamite, and this is on par with that.
Yeah, no, it's different.
It's
this
different,
is
but
as
still
close
not
to
good.
death as I have been.
It just hits different.
Yeah, man.
Cool. That's fine, because as you miss these shots, Constance pops up from behind the minecart, aims, and finishes this thing, because she deals a shit ton of damage. And these things are not actually that hard to kill if you can hit them. Congratulations, everybody. You're not dead.
I'm not dead yet.
Now we have to fight Constance.
She is sane enough to shoot at not us.
That's true. You're right.
Cool. So yeah, these things all go down. So now you are standing here. The unnaturally horrible smell has sort of dissipated a little bit. So now it's just the baseline terrible of the eviscerated horse, and whatever's going on with Constance that Leon has picked up on. And she sort of like hauls herself out from behind this mine cart. Julio and Leon, make me cognition rolls. I'm not gonna let Claude do it because he is
I'm
just
distracted.
focused on
not dying.
not dying.
10.
5.
Julio, you see as she like climbs over there, her eyes are solid black. There is no iris. There is no white to the sclera. It is just.
I'm
full black.
still definitely pointing my gun at her, my Colt.
Oh yeah.
And I turn and look back at Claude. Like, are you okay?
Claude is rummaging around like in his side and pulls out a very cheap bottle of whiskey and immediately just chugs like half of it and then pours the other half like in this gnarly bite wound that you can like maybe see like the bottom part of his rib like popping out.
And then he goes,
Huh.
he goes, "You'll be okay." And then he turns and faces Senora Constance. That's what he says. Senora Constance.
I'll be with you in one moment. She walks over toward Claude and holds up her hand. Goes, "May I?"
Please, and I'll go ahead and hand her like my last roll of like cotton, and like put it up to her hand as I am not looking at her, but I have now just like poured a quarter of the bottle of alcohol onto my wound, and I'm now drinking the other half, like holding the other part of it.
She takes the gauze. For those of you who are watching her, she just kind of takes it and looks at it like it's almost like a really sort of thing. Puts it in her hand, and she just like takes her hand and presses it up against Claude's wound.
That's an open wound.
Won't be in a moment. And she like kind of like just spins her hand and pulls back, and you feel slightly better. Take down your wound level by 1.
Okay.
Still not perfect, but
It is less open than it was.
significantly better than it was. And then at that point, she like unrolls the gauze and starts kind of helping you wrap. She gets you wrapped up, and then she turns back to Julio.
Still pointing the gun at her.
Oh, I assumed.
So now would be an excellent time for an explanation.
Do you know the worst thing that can happen to a professional assassin?
Dying?
Almost. She reaches back and like pushes her hair up and flips her collar down, and she turns her back to you, her hands up on her head, and you can see in the back of her head, like right at the base of her skull, is just this like festering, putrid gunshot wound, like directly in the execution spot. And she just like basically does like a full spin. She like pauses long enough for you to see it, drops her hair, turns back around. So when I say to you that I'm on a bit of a time crunch to find my sister, takes a lot of strength to come back. Takes even more strength to stay yourself when you do. And I am slowly but surely losing that battle.
And that's when Julio says, "So you're not alone."
Oh. No. Fortunate thing, too, because if I had been, those things would have gotten me. But, it's quicker than I am.
Julio holsters his gun and looks at Claude and Leon and turns to Constance and says, "I think we have a lot to talk about."
I believe so as well, but, if y'all are amenable, perhaps we could do it after a few hours sleep. It gets very grumpy if I don't get my beauty rest, and I'd rather you all don't have to encounter that after the dispatch you just performed.
We'll sleep in shifts, and I'll stay up first. Still, like, very cautious. Like, his hand is still very much on his waist.
She kind of nods, like, there'll probably be a good deal of screaming, but that's just the night terrors. Doesn't mean anything. She walks over to, like she just kind of gives you a look, fully turns her back, walks over to the horse, and you see her just, like, plunge her hand in, rip a huge chunk off of the edge, and, like, go sit down, like, where she's fully in your view and in your sights, and just start eating this raw meat.
Righteous.
And I think that's where we'll end tonight.
Well, I know why she had the rotting meat now.